Welcome to the Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we bring you the Advanced Excel full course. Advanced Excel is a powerful data analysis and productivity tool that goes far beyond basic spreadsheets. It is widely used by business analysts, data professionals, finance teams, and managers to organize data and perform complex analysis and make data-driven decisions efficiently. Mastering Advanced Excel helps you to work smarter with large data sets, automate repetitive tasks, and build insights that directly supports business goals. In this course, we will learn everything from advanced formula and data analysis technique to dashboards, automation, and real-world problem solving. You will understand not just how features work, but when and why, and also when to use them in practical business scenarios. By the end of this course, you'll be able to analyze data confidently, create dynamic reports, and improve decision making using Excel. Having said that, let's discuss the agenda of our today's session. We will start off with Excel foundations and data handling, where we will understand interface overview, data types, formatting, and best practices. Then we move into advanced formulas and functions to explore lookup functions, logical formulas, text, date, and statistical functions. Followed by that, we have data analysis tools, and here we will learn pivot table, pivot chart, sorting, filtering, and what if analysis. Up next, we have data cleaning and preparation. Here we will learn removing errors, handling missing data, and transforming data sets. Later, we will make a transition into dashboards and reporting, where we will explore interactive dashboards using charts, slicers, and conditional formatting. After that, we will deep dive into automation with Excel tools, and in this part, we will learn macros, basic VBA concepts, and productivity techniques. Now, it's time we put our learnings to test with some real-world business use case involving sales, finance, operations, and reporting scenarios. Last but not the least, this course is intended to make your job ready, so we have included some of the most popular and frequently asked interview questions, which is based on both theoretical and scenario-based. Hope I made myself clear with the agenda. That being said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that subscribe button with the bell icon and get notified whenever we host. Also, just that if you want to upskill yourself, master data science and data analytics skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's cohort of various data science and data analytics programs. Simplilearn offers a variety of masters, certifications, and postgraduate programs in collaboration with some of the world's leading universities like Purdue University, IIT Guwahati, and many more. Through our courses, you will gain knowledge and work-ready expertise in skills like Python, Tableau, Power BI, generative AI, and over a dozen of other skills. That's not all. You'll also get the opportunity to work on multiple projects led by industry experts working in top-tier data and product companies. After completing these courses, thousands of learners have transitioned into data science or data analytics role as a fresher or moved on to a higher-paying job and profile. Now, if you're passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box to find data science and data analytics program that fits your experience and areas of interest. So let's get started with our Advanced Excel full course. And also, here's a short quiz to test your knowledge. Which Excel function is used to look up a value both vertically and horizontally in a table? And your options are Vlookup, Xlookup, index plus match, or option D, if. Please let us know your answers in the comment section below. Now, over to our training experts.
So let's start with a simple but important question. What exactly is analytics? At its core, data analytics is a process of collecting, transforming, and examining raw data to uncover meaningful insights, patterns, and trends that help support decision making. It's not about numbers. It's about turning data into stories that drive actions. For example, imagine you work for a retail company. Every day, your store generates sales data, customer feedback, and inventory records. Data analytics helps you interpret that information to identify which products sell best, when sales peak, and what marketing campaigns are most effective. In a sense, analytics transforms confusion into clarity. It helps decision makers understand what's exactly happening in their business rather than relying on the gut feeling. The purpose of data analytics goes far beyond just collecting and storing data. Anyone can have data, but not everyone can make sense of it. Analytics helps organizations to identify opportunities and risks early to improve operational efficiency, optimize marketing and sales strategies, enhance customer experience, and ultimately make data driven decisions instead of assumptions. As the saying goes, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. That's why analytics has become such an essential skill in today's digital world. Now, let's go to the section 2, types of data analytics. Now, data analytics isn't one size fits all. It actually comes in four major types, each one answering a different question and serving a unique purpose in decision-making process. Let's go through one after the other. First one, descriptive analytics. What happened is the question here. So this is the foundation, the starting point of any analysis. Descriptive analytics looks at historical data to summarize and understand past performance. For example, you might generate a sales report for the last quarter, calculate average monthly revenue, or track website visits over time. The goal here isn't to explain why something happened, but simply to describe what happened. Tools like Excel are great at this, using formulas, pivot tables, and charts to make data easy to interpret. Now, the second type, diagnostic analytics. This answers why did it happen? Once we know what happened, the next logical step is to ask why. Diagnostic analytics digs deeper to uncover the causes behind the trends and anomalies. Maybe sales dropped in July was due to seasonality, pricing issues, or reduced marketing efforts. Diagnostic analytics helps pinpoint the reasons using techniques like correlation analysis, variance analysis, and drill down reporting. In Excel, you can easily explore relationships between variables using charts, filters, and regression tools. Followed by that, we have predictive analytics. What might happen next is the main purpose of using predictive analytics. Predictive analytics uses statistical models, forecasting, and machine learning techniques to anticipate future trends. For example, an e-commerce company might forecast next month's revenue based on historical sales and market spends. In Excel, you can build predictive models using functions like forecast, trend, or even more advanced methods through Power Query or Excel's built-in AI tools. Predictive analytics transforms historical insights into forward-looking predictions. Now, the next one, which is prescriptive analytics. What can we do about it? Finally, prescriptive analytics takes things to one step further. It doesn't just predict outcomes, it suggests actions. It answers questions. Given what we know, what should we do next? For instance, if predictive analysis shows a potential drop in customer retention, prescriptive analytics might recommend increasing loyalty rewards or adjusting pricing, while Excel has limitations here compared to specialized AI tools. So, its what-if analysis, goal-seek, and solver add-ins allow users to test scenarios and determine optimal decisions, making it an accessible gateway to prescriptive modeling. So, these four types, descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive, form the foundation of modern analytics. Together, they help organizations move from simply knowing what happened to confidently deciding what to do next. Now we enter the module 3. Why Excel is still relevant for data analysis. Now you might be wondering, with so many modern tools like Power BI, Python, R, or Tableau, why does still Excel still matter in today's world of advanced analytics? Well, the answer lies in its balance of simplicity, versatility, and power. Let's break down. First one, accessibility and ease of use. Excel is one of the most widely available tools on the planet. From students to CEOs, almost everyone has access to it, and that universal familiarity makes it incredibly powerful. You don't need to be a programmer or data scientist to start analyzing data. Excel provides a low barrier to entry with drag and drop features, pre-built templates, and intuitive functions that allow anyone to learn. It's often the first step in a person's analytics journey. Many professionals use Excel as learning environment before transitioning into tools like Power BI or Python, and because of its available on virtually every operating system, Excel remains a democratizing tool, bringing data analysis capabilities to anyone, anywhere. Now, powerful analytics capabilities is the second reason. Behind its familiar grid interface lies a surprisingly advanced analytical engine. Excel supports a vast range of functions, formulas, pivot tables, data visualization tools, and automation features. Here are a few examples. Pivot tables summarize and explore large datasets instantly. Conditional formatting highlights trends and anomalies. Power Query allows for efficient data cleaning and transformation. Power Pivot enables advanced modeling and relationship between tables. Charts and dashboards communicate insights visually with ease. And let's not forget Excel's AI-powered tools such as Analyze Data and Ideas, which automatically suggest insights, trends, or patterns. With these capabilities, Excel isn't just a spreadsheet, it's a comprehensive analytics environment in itself. Now, the third reason, integration and compatibility. Another major strength of Excel is how seamlessly it integrates with other platforms. You can connect Excel to databases, APIs, Power BI, Google Sheets, SharePoint, or even cloud services like Azure and AWS. This flexibility makes it a perfect bridge between simple data analytics and more advanced analytics platforms. For example, a financial analyst might export or import real-time data from SQL database, clean it with the help of Excel, and then publish the results to a Power BI dashboard for interactive visualization. This smooth workflow keeps Excel at the heart of many enterprise analytics ecosystems. The fourth reason is real-world use cases. Across industries from finance and HR to marketing, logistics, and education, Excel continues to be an indispensable tool. A few examples: finance budgeting, forecasting, variance analysis and KPI tracking, marketing, campaign performance analysis, ROI calculation and customer segmentation, human resources, workforce analytics, attendance tracking and salary modeling, operations, inventory management, scheduling, and performance dashboards. Even in organizations that use sophisticated BI tools, Excel is still used for quick exploratory analysis, ad hoc reporting, and presentation ready summaries. It's like a Swiss army knife of all data analytics. Simple enough for beginners, yet powerful enough for professionals tackling complex business challenges. Now, with that, let's dive deeper into data analytics. Excel continues to be a cornerstone for analytics around the world. In the next module, we will dive into Excel's interface and explore the key functions that make it such a reliable tool for any data-driven professional. Some of these essential functions include the following: trim, to remove unwanted spaces and text; clean, to remove unprintable characters; text, to format dates, numbers, and values; average, median, standard deviation for statistical analysis; index, match, and lookup to perform advanced data searches and relationships. Mastering these functions will take your Excel skills and your analytical confidence to the next level. Now, let's dive into the demonstration of building dashboards with Excel. So now, let's get into data analytics. On my screen, we have a banking data set. So here we have the customer details: gender, marital status, age, education, occupation, contact numbers, the state, the PIN code, bank IFSC, region, account number. And apart from that, we also have bank related data where we have the same customer details, and I have added a few more columns here. So the reason is we will be attaching these entries to this particular sheet so that we have all the data segregated at one place. You'll learn that on the go. We'll be using some lookup functions for that. And now here you can see the bank details. So here we have a few more details based on the account type, the account balance, what are the type of transactions happening in their account, transaction type, is it check transfer, card transfer, net banking, phone related transactions like Google Pay or Phone Pay, and is it any other transaction like NEFT or RTGS, or is it about EMI options, and a lot more options here. So all these data sets that I'm using today are not real data sets. Those are created data sets. So you might find some names here which are not real names or doesn't belong to any of the real customers. Even the customer IDs and all the phone numbers, those are not real numbers. So you're just using this data set created by artificial intelligence for analytics purpose only. And all the names of the banks are also created names, not the real names. Let's take care of it. Now, so here we have the account balance and transaction type. Is it a wire transfer, check transfer? And we also have a payment network which we have considered. We are having Maestro, Visa, MasterCard, etc., RuPay. and also the card type. Is it contactless card, virtual card, or a student card, premium card? The card type as well. Is it a debit card, credit card? And then you also see here we have loan types, and not all customers have loans. A few of them have savings accounts or current accounts or business accounts, and a few of them have loans here. And also we have a wide variety of loan types available, which is term loan, education loan, business loan, etc. And here we have the principal amount, loan tenure in terms of months, and rate of interest, and the remaining balance they need to pay. And if any of the accounts have converted into NP or non-profiting or no, we have the details over here. So you can also have some blank cells, which means that these customers do not have any accounts or loan accounts related to this particular bank. Now that we have a brief understanding of what exactly are we dealing with, let's get started with data cleaning, data segregation, and then some data analytics. Now, if you see on the first row, we have customer details. So AI created customer details in this particular fashion, which has the customer ID along with the customer first name and the last name. But in real time, this might not be the good scenario to work with, right? So we will be cleaning this particular data set. So for that, let's insert a few more rows. So here I'm using maybe one or two different rows. And now the cleaning. Select the column that you want to be split or cleaned. Go to data, and here we have text to columns. Now what does a text to column operation do? So here if I click on or hover onto this particular option, it says split a single column into multiple columns. For example, you can separate a column full of names into separate first and last name columns. You can choose how to split it up, fixed, within, or split at each comma, period, or other character. So it is nothing but a delimiter. It can identify the delimiter, and then based on the delimiter, it will split a column into one or more different columns. So here we have a delimiter set as hyphen. Now there are multiple ways of cleaning this data. Let's go with the first option, which is text to columns. So I'll click this text to columns, and here I am selecting delimited with. Characters such as comma or tabs separate each field, right? So in our case, we have the hyphen, right? So we will go with delimited option and then go to next. Here we have preset delimiters like tab, semicolon, comma, space, and others. So we have a hyphen, so we'll go with the other option, and we'll mention the delimiter, which is hyphen. And you can already see the preview on the screen. So we have the customer details column, and then the first name column and the second name column. Once you're happy with the preview, you can just click on next, and then you will have this particular data format, general, text, etc. So you can always go with general, where Excel decides the data type based on the data present in the columns, or you can also choose the type of data item or data type which you want for your data set. So I want text here, so I'll go with text. So all the customer details, which is the customer ID, is a text format, and first name and last name is also a text format. So I'll go with text option, and then you can click on finish, and as soon as you do that, you will have the data already available. So replace it. So there you go. This is one way of doing it. Let me quickly undo it. And the next way is flash fill. Now that's one intelligent feature where you don't have to manually check for the option which is text to column and all those things. You can copy this particular first customer ID and paste it over here, and then select the first name and copy it over here, and then the last name, copy it and paste it over here. Now you have a template which Excel understands. If you double click, right, let me just quickly undo that. You can see an option, a small box, right? That is flash fill option. If you double click it, Excel has automatically understood a pattern. It means it now can segregate the first names and the last names along with the customer ID all by itself. Now, let's quickly perform that flash fill option. Let me expand the data a little bit. I'm just double clicking on the square box like this. I think there has been a small mistake, but not a problem. It needs a little training. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to copy and paste the elements a little bit so that it understands what's to do next. Yeah, that's the flash fill logo. There you go. I think there has been a small error, but that's resolvable. Basically, that's how the flash fill works. Now, let's go with the initial approach of text to columns. Not a big deal. So I'll go with delimited option, then comes next. And our delimiter would be hyphen, that's the preview, and go to next. And my data format would be text, and then finish it. The data already exists. Do you want to replace? Yes, I want to replace it. Now I'll rename the columns. So instead of customer details, I'll have it as customer ID, and then this will be customer first name, and this will be customer last name or second name. There you go. So far so good. Now here we have gender. I'll delete this column, we don't need this anymore. And we have gender, marriage status, age, education, occupation, phone number, and all those things. That's good. Now I see we have a lot of unique ages here. We have 30, 39, 24, 19, etc. But when we are dealing with creating visualizations for transaction based on age types, this might be a lot clumsier, right? You'll have a wide range of barriers. Now, what if I segregate them into age groups? Something like aged between 25 to 60 are middle-aged, and above 60 would be senior citizens, and below 25 would be like students or something like that. It makes a lot of sense, right? So let's try that. I'll insert a new column here, and I'll expand this a little more, and I'll name it as age groups. Now we have a wide range of opportunities to do this. We will go with if condition. So I have an if condition. If. So you have the syntax readily available from the Excel here. So you can see if function works with a logical test, and if the logical test passes, what should I value it as? Value if true, and if it doesn't pass, if it fails, you should have a value for that as well. So value if false. This is the syntax for if condition. Now the logical test is we will have to provide the data for the logical test. I'll go with the column F2. If this particular value is greater than 25, then middle-aged, else I'll term them as students. So don't forget to add the double quotes because this particular data is text type data. So we should not forget the text representation, which is double quotes. And apart from that, we were also supposed to add the senior citizens. So I'll add another if condition, and the same value will be considered. The cell is greater than 60, okay, greater than or equal to 60, then senior citizen. So let me make a quick change here. So I think we had a small error with the formula. Let's quickly try that once again. So if condition, logical condition is the cell value should be less than 25. If this is true, then we will term them as students. This is my condition. If they are not, then we will have another if condition. So there is an age barrier where we will have students, and apart from the student's age, which is more than 25 to 60, we can call them as middle-aged. And for that, we'll write a new condition. So it will be encapsulated inside another if condition. So I'll open an if condition and we'll consider the same cell. And this should be less than or equal to age number 60. If it's true, then they are, okay, let's not take 60, let's go with 55. 55, then we can call them as middle-aged. Else, we can call them as senior citizens. Let's consider 55 for retiring age. Actually, it's 60. For the sake of data set, let's go with 55. And I'll call them as senior citizens. There you go. And you can go close the first if condition, then the second if condition. Once you're okay with the formula, enter. Now we have the first middle-aged entry. Now remember the flash fill that we were trying to separate the first name, second name, and the customer ID? We can also use this here. So you don't have to manually write the if condition to all these cells. So let me show you how many number of cells we have. So we have about 5,000 entries here. So we don't have time for writing 5,000 entries. So for the sake of saving time, we will use the flash fill. So here you have the small box. So just double click on it and automatically the formula will be applied to all the cells. Now you can quickly check that as well. So here we have a senior citizen, and followed by that we have all the middle-aged people and also a student entry. So all these are the ones. Now we have data segregation for customer first name, customer last name, age groups are also created. And now comes the bank IFSC. So if you check the dataset properly, we don't have bank names. Even in the banking details, we don't have the bank names. So here you have account numbers and account types, but no bank name. And also in the customer details. Now, how do you extract the bank name? That's the main question. That can be done, don't worry. So let's create a few more columns and let's make use of some basic functions like left and if conditions again. So here you can see we have SBIN, AXIS, ICIC, and PNB and a few more entries. So what we are going to do is we are going to extract the first 4 letters of this particular bank IFSC, and based on that we will deem or we will term that particular bank first name to be the complete name. Based on the first section of this IFSC code, we can name or term that particular bank's name. That's the idea. So basically, since I created this particular data set, I have a clear idea that we have about 5 bank names here. So based on that, let's go ahead and name the banks. So I'll use the function left and text. So this is the text I want to go ahead with, which is in M2. And how many number of characters you want to extract? So SBIN. So we have about 3 to 4. So let's go with 4. I'll go with 4 and enter. We have the name here. And based on this name, we will consider the name to be given to this particular bank. So we will use the same if condition here as well. So equals to if, press tab to select the function. If this particular entry is equals to SBIN, then name it as State Bank of India. Or if this particular value is equals to AXIX, which is Axis, then name it as Axis Bank. Another if this value is equals to HDFC, then name it as HDFC Bank. Similarly, if this particular entry is PNB0, I think we missed the cell address, equals to PNB0, then name it as Punjab National Bank. And I think we have covered 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more is remaining, which is ICICI. If this particular value is equals to ICIC, then name it as ICICI Bank. And there you go. We can close the brackets. First bracket is done. First if condition is covered. Second if condition is also covered. Third if condition is covered. And fifth if condition. No, I think we have covered the fourth one. Last fifth, yeah, that's the one. There you go. Now enter. Now we have the first bank name, which is State Bank of India. Now we will quickly use flash fill to extract this left function to all the entries, and similarly another flash fill function for filling the bank names. So we can use the double click option. There you go. We have all the first four letters of the IFSC code, and similarly based on the IFSC code's first four characters, we'll also have the bank names. So we have bank name provided, and the first four IFSC. Let's name it as this. Yeah. There you go. Now we have a better cleared data. We have a dedicated customer ID. We have a dedicated first name, second name, or the last name, gender, marital status, age and age groups as well, and their education, occupation, phone numbers, state, regions, bank names, etc. Right? I think that's good enough. Now let's also check this. Do we have any other details to be added or not? That's okay. So we added bank name based on formula of if and left, right? Now there was another method, okay, this is just for learning purposes only. There's another method where we could have added these names manually to all the banks based on the IFSC code. Now, let me explain you how that can be done. Since we discussed that this dataset is created by me for learning purposes only, and we know there are 5 different banks. So let's add the names of 5 different banks here. ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, State Bank of India, Axis Bank, and lastly, Punjab National Bank. There you go. And these will be my banks, right? Let me quickly arrange that in the form of a table. So here we are learning table formatting, right? So that's how you can color and you can create a table, add borders, etc. Now, let's say I have an option called bank name. Select the bank name. So do I have a drop down option where you can manually select the bank name, and can we create it? Yes, we can create it. And that's called data validation, where you can validate the data, and based on the selection, you can have a drop down menu. So to do that, you need to first select the cell, go to data, and then here you have an option called data validation. So you can see it says pick from a list of rules to limit the type of data that can be entered to a cell. For example, you can provide a list of values like 1, 2, 3, or only allow numbers greater than 1000 as long as it's valid entries, right? So here we have that option. So you can click on data validation, and here you have the settings. So we have a wide variety of options to go ahead with. You can go with numerical values, add any value, or you can go with whole numbers or decimal numbers. You can also have a list of options like we have here. You can see we have ICICI, HDFC, and all the bank names that we're using in this particular data set. And you can use a list. And also you have an option to enter a calendar. You can provide a specific date and a calendar there, and you can select the date from the calendar. So there are a wide range of options in data validation. For learning more details on data validation, go through the tutorial on data validation from Simplilearn. So now we'll go with the list as we discussed. So here you can provide the source. You can manually type the source like ICICI like we typed here, or you can also provide the location where you have this particular source. So I have the location over here. So I'll select the location and then click on OK. So we have the location ready. Now, this is not just done yet. You can also make some modifications to it. So let me delete this particular validation. And here, let's not delete, you can also directly edit here. You can add an input message. So let me provide the title, select a bank, and we can also, okay, this can be the input message. And this can be banks list. Now you can also have an error alert as well, just in case if the user tries to enter any manual name apart from the provided list, then it should be an error, right? So I have an error message here. So I can use stop, warning or information. I'll go with stop, and the title should be saying wrong, or you can say bank not found. And the message will be, please select from the list provided only. There you go. So I'm done with my data validation and also the error messages. Click on OK. And there you go. You can see when you hover on this particular icon, you can see a message. This is a bank list, and you can select the bank name from this particular list. And let's say I select the list, and there you go. Using the same flash fill, I can extend this particular list of options. And now this particular cell has data validation. Now, apart from the available banks, let's go with some other bank name which is not provided in my list. Let's go with random bank. And if I press enter, I'll find an error. And the error says, please select from the provided list only, right? So this is the error. Now, what this does is, this avoids any kind of misentries into your data set. That's one good functionality of data validation. Now you can select the list entries only, and you can add the list, whatever you want. There you go. Now that's how you do data validation. Now, the next job is to segregate all the data into one place. Then we can perform the filter operations. We can also eliminate the duplicates, right? We have about 5,000 different entries. So there might be a possibility or may not be a possibility. Both could be possible, right? You may have a duplicate entry or may not have a duplicate entry. But the best thing is, before you start with any data analytics on any platforms, whether it is Excel, Power BI, or Tableau, or any platform, the first step is data cleaning and segregation. So that's what we were doing so far. So we have segregated all the data that we needed. Now the remaining part is we need to collect all the data into one place. Since you're working on Excel, it's not so complicated. But if you're working on an analytics platform like Power BI or Tableau, that is called as data modeling, where you connect all the different data models in one place, and they have a relationship established between them. Now, it's simple in Excel. All you need to do is just copy paste in the best way possible, or you can also build a data model in Excel. So both are possible. Let's go with the simpler version. Now, what we need to do is copy all the data and paste it in one single place. So, so far I'm comfortable with the data, whatever I have. So let me create a new sheet, and here I'll copy the bank details. So I have year here. I'll copy this and paste it here. Let's call this sheet as worksheet or workbook. And now go to the customer page. So we have selected all the data. So back to the workbook now. Before you paste the data, make sure you select this cell and then go to the paste options here and just click on the drop down, and here you have the option of paste values only. Why we are going for the paste values only? So you might be having a question. So if we go back to the data set, and here, if you check the particular cell here, we have a formula, right? And apart from this, we have a formula for majorly all the cells over here. So when you're copying and pasting the cells with formula, then you will face the reference error in the worksheet. To avoid that reference error, we will use paste values only option, so that it gives you all the values without any kind of formulas in the cell and without any complications. So you have the customer's data and the first name, last name, and all the details that we had in the customer details. And now let's head back to the banking details, and we don't want these cells that I've inserted. So let me eliminate these cells. So you can just delete them. This one as well. Yeah. Now what remains is we needed the account number, account type, and rest of all the data entries which are present here. And we'll copy these. And again, the same approach. Go to paste, special, and here values only. Now we have two entries of account number. We can delete one, not a big deal. So there you go. So again, before you perform any analytics, the first important major step is to clean and segregate your data. Now you can see the rows and columns are not properly aggregated, or not aggregation, basically organized. So you have a simple shortcut for that. All you need to do is select any one of the cells and click and Control A, which selects all the cells in one go. Then you have a shortcut key. Remember this. Press Alt and release once. Then alphabet H, press and release once. And then comes the alphabet O, press and release once. And lastly, alphabet I, press and release once. There you go. Now what this does is it organizes the cells width and height. So this one was for width, and there's another one for height, which is for Alt HOA will be for height, and Alt HOI will be for width. Now we have organized the cells in width. Now Shift, Control and arrow key for selecting all the header cells. There you go. Now the header cells are also done. Now select all the cells and we have the borders. Now the data is correctly aggregated. And another important step is save the data after each and every iteration so that nothing is lost on the go. Now we have saved it. Now we also have some important statistical functions like sum, count, average, mean, median, mode. So let's also go through these ones. So the name itself speaks, not too much complicated. So we have, account balance. So let's freeze this particular column. You can freeze this by selecting the column and going to the view option. And here you have the freeze panes. Freeze the column. You can select the columns that you want to freeze. I'll freeze all these. Or you can simply shift this particular column so that you have a better readability. Press and hold, and there you go. You have moved it over here. Now you have a reference column with numbers to implement all these statistics functions, aggregate functions, which are sum, count, average, median, mode, minimum, range, standard deviation, variance, and quarter, percentile, etc. So let's go with this one after the other. Now let's go with sum. So sum function. So why are we doing this? So that we have a quick idea on sum, sumifs, and all those functions, right? So sum and select the range. It will give you the sum of all the entries. And there's a small error. Sum function. Enter. Okay, there is a data type error. Okay, let's consider a different column. I think it is due to the currency format, and here we are selecting the whole number format. Not to worry. We shall now explore with this particular function so that we can also have a filter. Go to data and here apply the filter to this particular column on and eliminate blanks. Let's paste it here. Now we'll have the filter, eliminate blanks. There you go. Now you can work on, there you go. It will give you the sum of overall numbers present here. And you also have the count function, which basically counts the total number of cells. So you have about 2000 entries. So basically out of 3000 employees or 3000 account holders, more than 2000 account holders have gone with taking a loan with the bank. Now let's find the average tenure period provided to all the account holders. So you can do that by considering the average number, average function, and then providing the cell entries. And you can find the average amount of time given to clear the loan is about 96 months. And you can also convert that to years. And now here you have the median function, which is similar to average. So median of the cell entries, have the median here, 2 equals to mode, and the numbers provided, we have the values. So now what do you mean by mean, median, and mode? So let's have a definition for it. So mean is the sum of all values divided by the number of values, and it will give you, or it will represent the average value of the data set. And similarly for median, The median is the middle value when all observations are arranged in ascending or descending order. If there is an even number of values, the median is average of all the two sides of middle values. And lastly, the mode. The mode is the value of that occurs most frequently in the data set. So the data set will have no mode, one mode or unimodal or multiple modes. So basically, the maximum number of repetitions for a dedicated number is called the mode. So here you can see 120 is repeated most number of times apart from the other provided number of months per dedicated loans, right? So maybe it could be a home loan or a kind of a car loan or a bike loan. So most commonly taken loans are given the 120 10-year period. So that's the most repeated one. So in our terms, mode is 20, median is most widely considered as the average number, and mean is similar to average. So that's how it goes. Now we have the next two functions, which is minimum and maximum. So it is self-explanatory. So you can provide the function minimum min of all the provided numbers here, which gives you the minimum number of tenure, which is 12 months, and also the max number. So you can just type down max and press tab to select the function, give the range of tenure numbers, and you have the maximum as 240 months tenure period, so which is that one. And you also have range function. So what is range? So range is a measure of how spread out or diverse or dispersed the data values are. It shows the difference between the highest and lowest values in a data set. So it's like a maximum value minus the minimum value. So you can perform it in two ways. You can select this cell, which is the maximum value, minus the minimum value, or you can simply use the range function from the available formulas, or you can just imply this particular one which we have gone with. And the next one is the standard deviation. So standard deviation measures how much the data values vary or spread out from the average. It tells you how consistent or scattered the number of your data sets are. So you can perform standard deviation using the formula STD DAV. So you have two different types of standard deviation. So it is based on the entire population, and the other one is based on a sample. So you can just go with the standard formula, which is standard dev here, or the entire population one, or the one which you have over here, right? And you can provide the range of numbers of the entire population in your cell, and you have the standard deviation value here. Now next we have the variance. So variance measures how far each data point is from the mean on average. It represents the average of the square differences between each value and the mean. In short, it shows how spread out the data is, just like standard deviation, but without taking the square root. So you can also use the variance formula. So you have covariance and covariance P. We can go with this one. And we use the covariance in a wrong way. So next we have percentile. And you can provide the percentile, and K is the percent you want. Let's say I want 25% of the range, and you can provide 25, enter, and you have that. So if I wanted 21% of the entire period provided for tenure, then I can provide the number as 0.21, which gives me 21% of the provided tenure. That's how you implement the percentile. And similarly, Q1 and Q4, this is also the percentile functions, where you can provide a quarterly basis function. If you want the first quarter, you can provide 0.25. Similar to this one, you can go with 0.50, 0.75, and 100% or 1.0. So that's how it works. So basically you provide 0.25 here, 0.5 for this one, 0.75 for this one, and 1.0 for this one. This is the quarter 1, quarter 1, quarter 4. That's how it works. And variance. Now let's go back to the that was a quick scenario on the aggregate functions or the statistics functions in Excel. Now let's go back to the pre-worked workbook, and we are all good to go. Now let's also create a duplicate of this workbook. Move or copy. So why am I creating a copy? Because I want, let's say I want to work on the loan section only, right? In that scenario, I don't want the other regular accounts. So for that, let me quickly apply a filter for this one. Go to the data section, select the filter, and a filter has been implemented. Now, what I'll do is I'll unselect all first. Now I'll select only the blank entries. Now, all these blank entries are about 3000 entries of all the customers, and I can quickly delete all these entries without affecting the master workbook sheet. Now, what will be remained in this particular sheet will be related to the data of only the customers who have taken a loan with the particular bank. That might take a while. We have about 3000 entries, right? There you go. All you have to do is just delete these entries. And now you can go to the column where we have applied filter, or just clear all the filters. And now you have all the data related to the customers who have taken a loan with any of the banks that we are dealing with, right? Now you can quickly rename this workbook as bank loan dataset, and you're good to go. Now it's your choice. You have completely finished workbooks for both the bank loan dataset and the overall customer dataset with 5000 entries, where you have the data for both the customers who have taken a loan and who did not have taken a loan with any of the bank. I'll go with the bank loan dataset. So we have all the entries along with the loan details. So you can do some projections as well. Now, the best part is you also have a data analysis feature, which is an AI feature from Excel, which creates the datasets visualizations for you, right? You can just click on the dataset and then click on OK. You have two-factor replication, two-factor without replication, you have covariation, you have descriptive statistics as well, which you want to perform. You can also perform Fourier analysis and a lot of analysis that you can do with Excel. So I want to go with descriptive statistics and click on OK, and it will give you input range. You can provide the range. That's your range. Click OK. So I need to change the range. Okay, there has been a small error, but not to worry. Basically, I was trying to provide a forecast number, which can be done directly via the forecast sheet option right available here. So you can select the ranges, rate of interest, and remaining balance. Based on that, you can go with forecast sheet, and you need to also provide the years. So I'll take the years column and also the remaining balance, so that we can forecast what are the possibilities, right, for the remaining balance. So the thick line provides you the forecast for remaining balance. This is the duration on which, right, so many number of months they might take to repay the balance. This is the worst possible scenario, and this is the best possible scenario, and this is the predicted scenario. Based on this graph, they will repay the loans entire customers. So that's the forecast, and you can create this chart and use it, or you can just choose to cancel it and perform all the pivot table analysis all by yourself. So that's the next part, creating pivot tables and pivot charts and an entire dashboard which is completely interactive, and you'll also have slicers, filters, and everything included. Now that we have a readily available data, the next step is to go ahead with the pivot tables. And apart from that, let me quickly show you different ways to load the data onto workbook, right? So every Excel workbook is having a wide variety of options to import the data. So let's say if you wanted to import the data, you can get the data from a wide variety of sources. It can be an Excel workbook, it can be a CSV file, XML, JSON, PDF, folder, right? And you can also connect online data bases like SQL Server, Microsoft Access, Analysis Service, and a lot more. You can also connect data from cloud like Microsoft Azure Data Lake, and you can also have Power Platform and other sources like web, ODBC, JDBC, etc. And combine queries, you can merge different queries like different data sets as well, right? There are a lot of variety of options to load data onto the Excel worksheet. So this was supposed to be discussed before, but not to worry, we did not miss anything major. We already started off with a data set which was created for us. Now, the next part is about building pivot tables and pivot charts. So building pivot tables and pivot charts is not a big deal. You can just click any of the cell and then control auto select all the cells available on the data set. And then you can create a pivot table by entering into the insert option here and then selecting the pivot table. So here, easily arrange and summarize complex data in a pivot table. For your information, you can double click a value to see which detailed values make up the summarized total, right? So now we choose to select to create the pivot table in a new worksheet or the existing worksheet. So I'll go with the new worksheet, and we have provided the range of data that we are working with, and then click on OK. So here we have a fully functional pivot table or pivot page. So we will name this particular sheet as pivot 1. So why one? We'll be creating a lot of pivot tables in this particular tutorial. Why a lot? Because we will be creating pivot charts. So here we have an option which says pivot analyzed, right? So we'll be creating a lot of pivot charts, and then so we'll be copying all those pivot charts into one single dashboard sheet, and then create interactivity between all those pivot charts, and then we'll have a fully functional dashboard. That's the overall agenda. Now let's get started. Now I want to know a few things. So I'll add age groups to the rows and account types to values. So now we have a detailed pivot table here. So middle-aged people have about 1046 accounts. Senior citizens maintain about 311 accounts, and students have about 359 accounts, right? So we have a pivot table for this. Now you can select this particular data and then go to pivot chart, and you can create a pivot chart for yourself. By default, we had a column chart, and then okay, based on age groups. So this is our first pivot table, and here we will insert another pivot table, and let's name it as pivot 2. Now I want to know the loan type. So I'll add loan type to rows. And then if I drag and drop the loan type once again to values, so I'll have the count of loan types as well. Now we will know you'll have the count of loan types. You can select the entire data set and insert a pivot chart. And you can have a pie chart, and you can also choose which type of pie chart you want, and then press OK. Loan type. Now go back to loan dataset and insert. Now based on gender, you can do a gender analysis as well, gender distribution, and you can name this as pivot 3. You can also provide a dedicated name for your chart, but the time's sake, I'm using pivot 1, pivot 2, pivot 3. You can also name them as loan types, and the first one would be account based on age groups, and pivot 3 would be gender distribution, right? Based on your requirement, you can feel free to use the names for your pivot charts. Now go to pivot table once again, and create a new pivot table. So here we have year-wise data. You can add years to rows, and then you can see the number of loans provided in each year, right? So you can see the count of loans, if the loans are increasing or decreasing, right? And you need to work on if the loan numbers are decreasing, then you can market something so that you can see a potential growth in the number of loans distributed yearly. And since you're working with time period, you'll go with the line chart. So this is the one. You can name it as year on year growth. So I'll name it as Y on Y growth on loans. And then you can name it as pivot 4. Go to the bank data set again, and here you can insert a new pivot table again. And here we have age groups. We have done the age groups, and you can go ahead with education right now, education to the rows. So we have 3 different types of education: degree, diploma, and schooling. I've kept it minimal to avoid confusions. And you can also do region analysis, you can do state-wise analysis, and a lot of things that can be done. And here we have the loans. You can have a bar graph for this one. Let's quickly name it as pivot 5, and this one should be loans based on education or qualification. So you can already see, if you are from a schooling background, you can, I meant to say, if you have less qualification, if you have not done your degree or diploma, then the chances of getting a loan could be low. Again, getting a loan is just not based on qualification or your education. It can also be based on your credit score, or you can also call it a CIBIL score, right? So if your CIBIL score is good, and if you are having good amount of income, or if you have a good hierarchy of assets, then you can also get a loan. But for this particular data set, let's go with education. So we have not considered the CIBIL score in the data set. We have not considered the hierarchical assets you have. That's not included in the data set. So for the data set's sake, well, let's go with the education purpose. So if you don't have a good qualification, it automatically leads to lower chances of getting a loan in this particular aspect. Now, based on qualification is done, now let's go with the region-based analysis as well. You can go with the insert option here and insert. And then what I'll do is I'll go with the state and I'll drop it down to rows, and I'll have a loan type into the values. And based on states, we have so many loans. Now, state-wise loans pivot chart. We can go with a map chart. Build map is not available. For some reason, it is not recognizing, can't create this chart with the data inside the pivot table. Okay. For some reason, it is not recognizing this as a geographical location, but not a problem. Let's go with the tree map. I think tree map should also help. There must be some problem unexplainable here. But yeah, you should have been identified this as a geographical location, and it should have given us a geographical location, but not a problem. Geo-wise, loan distribution. You can also have bank name level distribution. You can basically have this as KPI or KRA, right? I think it's called KPI. So based on KPI, you can have the numbers, which bank has provided how many number of loans, right? And so that could be a good KPI for you. And let's see if the card option is available here. It's not, but it's okay. Bank level and done. So most of the charts that we created are column charts and bar graphs and line graphs and pie charts. So not a problem. For some reason, the data in the pivot table is not recognized as geographical location. But to create a dashboard, we need pivot charts. So let's continue with what we have. Now that's one way of doing it. So now let's create a fresh sheet and call it as the dashboard. So there are a wide variety of chances of creating many more extractions or insights from this data set. You can also go ahead with occupation based chart, right? So let's do that as well. You can insert a pivot table, and here you can have occupation on the rows and loan type, and go with a donut graph for this. Now let's go to the dashboard, and here let's select these cells and combine them, and you can also color code them. Write it down as ranking dashboard, and you can also choose to increase the copy and paste it to dashboard. So make sure that you're selecting a new cell when you're pasting the pivot chart. If you're not selecting a new cell, then the previous pivot chart will be replaced. So make sure you select a new cell on the dashboard when you're pasting. So this might take a little time, but we'll do it slowly. Now the gender distribution. So this will also be added to the dashboard. And to create interactivity, we'll also be adding slicers to this particular dashboard. That will be done on the go. So this was gender distribution and year-on-year growth as well. So since this is time-based analysis, we need to paste it in the form of line graph. Now, once you're done with this particular arrangement, you can also adjust the height. Slowly, we have a couple of more pivot charts. So here we have loan qualification. So here we will paste it in the new place. This is where I would like this to be present. And geolocation wise and bank level. So we have two more. Go to the dashboard, select a new cell. I would like to expand this a little because it is geographical location, right? So we need to cover about all the states present in the country. And now let's make a little room for our slices as well. I think one more chart is left out, which is bank level. So I'll place this bank level in the last location, or you can also choose to expand this particular section. So I'll choose this location to be expanded. There you go. Now, what remains is adding the slices and interactivity with the dashboard. We can minimize the size so that every aspect of the dashboard is clearly visible. There you go. So we need to go to the pivot chart, analyze, and click on the insert slicer option. So we have a wide variety of slicer options available in this particular window. So we'll go with the year and we'll go with the gender. So basically what we did with the pivot charts, that's what we're going to do with the slices as well. So we will be going with the gender, we'll be going with the year, we'll also be going with the geographical location wise, so state, and we'll also be going with bank name, and we'll also be going with the education, and we'll also be going with the occupation. And once you are okay, I think we can also go with age groups as well. So once you're comfortable with the slicer options, then you can quickly choose OK, and you'll have all these slicers readily available at your disposal. Now, the next job is to arrange all these slicers. So I'd like to select all the slicers once and select their height adjustments. Once I'm okay with the height adjustments, I can, drag and drop them to the locations where I want them. Basically, what I'm doing is adjusting the height, width, and length of each and every slicer so that it fits in the window of my dashboard. So it might take a little while. Not to worry, let's do it slowly. So far we have done with 1, 2, 3, 4 slices. So we have about 2 to 3 more slices. So let's do that accordingly. And I have the gender slicer here. So I'll send it to this particular location near to age groups. And I can also adjust the height of this particular slicer. And what is remaining is the last one, which is year-based slicer, and which will be placed here. There you go. And now it's not done yet. Let's say if I select, right, let me adjust the gender slicer. Let's say if I select the data for Andhra Pradesh, there will be changes in only one particular, state, right? So it will not give me the entire changes in the overall dashboard level. Now, what do I do to get that interactivity? So for that, you need to right click and select an option here which says report connections, right? Now, what this does is it helps you create connectivity between all the slicer options available on your dashboard. So far, you have about 6 to 7 slices, right? So you need to create the same for all the slicers. So the first state level slicer is being connected with reports. So I need to do this to all the slicers. It might take a little while. Let's do it slowly. But doing this will help you maintain an interactive dashboard. That's the main agenda. So click OK. Similarly to this particular education slicer. Let's undo that. I think I deleted it by mistake. So we need to do report instead of remove. So let's restore. There you go. Now, similarly to the occupation one, right click, report connections, select all the available pivot charts in your dashboard. There you go. And press OK. Now, let's check this particular one if I had reported all the connections. Yes. And now we are done with, I think almost 4 connections are reported. Now we have 3 more, just 3 more, and our dashboard will be completely interactive. So let us select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Basically all the pivot tables and pivot charts that we have created in the dashboard. And similarly to gender, go to report connections. Allow all the connections to be reported. So whenever you click on an option provided, you get complete interactivity on the dashboard. And the last one is year. And here, click on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There you go. Now, if you clear, you have a completely interactive dashboard. Now, this one also, let's clear this. Now, let us say I want to know the data for Goa region alone, with the candidates having a degree as education and business as occupation. And I want the data of only State Bank of India, and for male data, middle-aged person only, from the year 2022. Now I have the entire report, right? And similarly, if I wanted a few more entries for male and female as well, then you have the interactivity here, right? So if I clear all the filters, you'll have a fully functional dashboard back again. So this maintains an interactivity on your dashboard. Basically, you'll get all the details. Let's say I want to go ahead with another different state, let's say Maharashtra. Then I have the details of Maharashtra since past 5 years of data, and all the age categories and all the educational qualifications on the geo-wise distribution year-on-year growth. So you can see Maharashtra is developing. So you can see from 2021 to 2025, you can see a stable increase of growth of loans. So people are taking many loans and investing in better businesses and all those things, or home loans, right? So there's a business development in terms of this particular data set here. So that's how you create a fully functional and interactive dashboard in Excel. So that brings us an end of this session on Excel for data analytics tutorial for beginners. And you have learned data cleaning, data segregation, data organization, data validation, conditional formatting, dashboard, pivot tables, and a lot more.
First, we will learn about Vlookup. Then we will advance into Hlookup. And finally, we will wind up the session by learning Xlookup in Excel. So I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now without further ado, let's get started with the lookup function tutorial in Excel.
What is Excel Vlookup? Vlookup stands for vertical lookup. Vlookup lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. Vlookup takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a Vlookup function. So Vlookup takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the Vlookup function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skillup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how Vlookup performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how Vlookup is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how Vlookup works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the Vlookup function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my Vlookup formula, and using this formula I am getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the data set we'll be using. Now this is the same data set that you saw a while ago. So this data set has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our Vlookup analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my Vlookup function. So let's go ahead and write our Vlookup function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my Vlookup formula. To write the Vlookup formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write Vlookup. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I am going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to Vlookup. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay. Now let me just show you another method to use Vlookup in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below you can see there's an option called Vlookup. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till let's say the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use Vlookup in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell Vlookup to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So I'll type, and this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why Vlookup returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, Vlookup will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence Vlookup returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again Vlookup will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is mat, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what Vlookup is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see Vlookup has returned me pen. Now let's understand why Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, Vlookup in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence Vlookup returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of Vlookup, which tells Vlookup always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, Vlookup only looks to the right. So if I use the Vlookup function for this example here, I'll write Vlookup. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is Vlookup always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says Vlookup returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. but the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, Vlookup always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the Vlookup function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see Vlookup will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the Vlookup function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So Vlookup did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, you have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the Vlookup function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. Vlookup has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because Vlookup only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is Vlookup is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our Vlookup function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly Vlookup did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table, in uppercase. So this shows that Vlookup is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The Vlookup function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use Vlookup to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with Vlookup, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using Vlookup. So I'll write my function Vlookup. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with ki, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by ki. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma, the range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. Vlookup has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the Vlookup function. So I'll write the Vlookup function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass ki within double inverted commas because ki is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing ki followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using Vlookups. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of Vlookup. So if the Vlookup function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my Vlookup function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my Vlookup function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma, I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if_NA function. And within if_NA function, I'll give my Vlookup function. So let me type if_NA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my Vlookup function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma, my table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma, my column index number is going to be 2, comma, my range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the Vlookup function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our Vlookup formula. I'll write Vlookup. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my Vlookup formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, my table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how Vlookup performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write Vlookup in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your Vlookup parameters. Next we saw how Vlookup performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that we saw an important property of Vlookup, that is Vlookup only looks to the right, followed by Vlookup only returns the first match. Following which we saw that Vlookup is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where Gil was present in uppercase, but still Vlookup found the total revenue for Gil, which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use Vlookups. And here we saw how to use an if and a function along with Vlookup. And finally, we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit Xlookup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement Hlookup in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the Hlookup. Now for that, equals to Hlookup. Now the first one is a lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array, we have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using Hlookup. So equals Hlookup and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use Hlookup in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary, and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using Xlookup. Now let's start to implement Xlookup. So for that, equals to Xlookup. And for lookup, you can see we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first 3 parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we are going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the Xlookup formula a little bit. So let's try that. Xlookup, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one, and next you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part where you have to search last to first. By default, Xlookup searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles, as you can see in the original data. Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021 and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So Xlookup. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
Now without further delay, let's get back to the practical mode. So I have opened my data set on Microsoft Excel. Now here we will understand what exactly pivot tables are and how to create them. Let's say you wanted one single dashboard on your data set about which company or which dealer had made how many number of orders and price of each order, sales, total number of sales, country, etc. All the details in one single table, which is dynamic. Just one click or just one change or just one new entry, or you remove an entry, whatever, you make changes to your data set and it reflects on real time. So that can be made with the help of pivot tables. So pivot tables is just a single or process which can be done in few clicks and you have that. So the process is really simple. Just select all the data you have on your data set, go to the insert option, and there you have the pivot charts and pivot table. So pivot chart is something which will give you the visual representation of the data, and the pivot table is something which will also give you the visual representation, but it is regarding only numbers. But pivot chart, on the other hand, is pictorial representation. Now we are discussing about the pivot table now. So let's try to insert a pivot table from the range here itself. Now we will create a new worksheet for the pivot table, or you can also have it in the same place. So now let's have dealer in the filters. And what are the columns you want? Let's say I want a sales column, I want a country column, and I want price of each sale or product line, or let's say I want orders, number of orders. Now in the rows,
I want a dealer in rows, not in filters. We can have filters later. You can filter out the required, details. Now let's have sales and values as well. So we will have sum of sales. And if you add country to filters, you can filter based on the country you're looking at. Great, right? So here you have all the required data. Now if I give country as, let's say I want USA, press OK. And you want dealers for luxury motors, there you go, right? With the thing, and you want to check in Japan and not in USA, just click OK, and there you go. So there are no sales in Japan. So similarly, if you want in Australia, that's here you get the real time. And if you wanted multiple or all, just select all, and there you go. So that's how you use pivot tables in Excel. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the data sets that we used in this session, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below. And our team of experts will be happy to help you as soon as possible.
Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West Zone, next is South Zone, East Zone and Central Zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet, which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select East. Add it. Followed by that we have South. And finally we have West. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be West. Next one will be South. Next one will be East. And the last one will be Central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select Central and you'll get the details of the Central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets.
We have already learned some basic operations which you can do in Excel, and let's implement our knowledge by working on this particular data which is coming in from housing data set. Now here, if we see some fields, we have agent, date listed, area, list price, and this is basically the data which has been sorted in newest to oldest order of date listed. So how do we arrive at this? So what I can do is I can just click on data listed, and then I can either go in here, I can select sort, I can get into custom sort, and then I can choose the column based on which I would want to sort the data. So I would look for the newest data to the oldest data. That means that would be in a descending order of dates, or you could say the oldest date or the earliest month will be towards the lower side of your sheet. So here we can select date listed. Now I can say let it sort based on cell values and the order what we have here. So we have newest to oldest. So let's select this. I can say okay, and now if you see, the date has been sorted. So we have your 10/18/2007 on the top, so that seems to be the latest date. And as we go down, we will see an earlier month or an earlier month than that in this date listed. So we have sorted our data into newest to oldest order, and that's based on your date column. So the result shows up here. Now what we can also do is we can have different questions which we would want to answer. So for example, I would want to sort the data in ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. How do we do that? So let's look into this. So this is here. I already have the result here. And how did I get this? So I'm looking for ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. So we can start with any particular column, that does not matter. So for example, if I look into this Excel sheet, I have my agent name, select this, which we want in a descending order. So we could either do a sort and then go for descending sort Z to A. We could also use the filter option here on the top right, and we could do it, or I could just say sort Z to A, and then it has arranged the data based on the agent column being in descending order. Now I can go into area, and then I can again do a sort, and I wanted my area column to be used for sorting the data in ascending to descending. And that basically not only changes the order of this particular column but for my complete data. So let's do that. And now if you see, we have the data which has been sorted. So we can see how many values we have here and the area values which we see, and this is how you get your result. So I'll just do a Control Z and again, and I'm back to my original data, and this is the sorted result which we are seeing at. Similarly, we can answer other questions. For example, sort the data according to the following order of area. That is, we are saying county, central, and then your county. So we can basically choose in which particular way we would want to do it. So it is county, central, and then again county. So if I look into my sheet 3, so here I basically have my data which is having some South County, then you have your central, and then you have your North County. So we would want to sort the data to solve our problem, which is according to the following order. So first we go for area, then we go for South County, Central, and North County. So what we can do is we can basically have area field selected, and I would want to sort this particular data. So I have South County, Central, and North County. So I can basically go for custom sort, and then I can choose which is the value or column which I'm interested in. Let's go for area. We will go for something like cell values. Well, you can also try to explore conditional formatting icon if this is what you would want to use, or we can basically go for just cell values. And here we can say if I would be interested in first getting my values for South County. So for example, I can say custom list, and then I can basically give in the new list here. So I can say S dot county, and then I would want central, and then I would want North County. So let's select this as it exists. We can basically say add, and that's basically the order which we want. Say OK, and then say OK here. And now what we would want is we would want our data, so we can compare that with the values which we see here. It starts with Kelly. You have in the 12th row something like Lang, and that's what we are doing. So we can basically arrange the data in a particular order by choosing a custom list and then sorting your data. So that's one more simpler task what we have done, where we have sorted the data in the order where under our area column, we first wanted South County, then we wanted central data, and then we wanted North County. So this is how you can do it. Now, let's look into one more problem. So it says find all the houses in the central area, and we would want to basically apply a regular filter. Let's see how do we do that. So we can click on this, and here we have the data. So the problem statement is we would want to find all the houses in central area. Now how do we do that? We can do a sorting, but we would want to use the filter which you see here is implemented. So how do you do it? So you can select this area, and say for example I would want to apply filter. I can just go in here and I can say let's get a filter on my first row, and now I have filters applied. So we are interested in looking into the central area houses. Let's go in here. It says all these fields are selected. That means it shows everything wherein your area has all these values. Let's unselect this, and then I will only be interested in the central. So let's say OK, and then say OK. So now you see that the area filter has been applied, and we are looking at the central column. So what we have done is we have applied a simple filter, and we are looking at our data. At any point of time, if you do not want the filter, then what I can do is I can select this, and I can say, well, I'm interested in all the data. So I could do this, or you can clear the filters from area and you get your data back. So that's in one way you can filter out your data. So let's look at an example of sort and filter, where we might have to filter the data based on two columns or multiple columns with different kind of values, where it could be and or condition. Now say for example this is the data I have, and this is the question which we need to answer, such as find the list of all houses in the central region with pool and South County without pool. Now if it was a simple filter based on one cell, I could have just selected my header row. I could have then applied the filter, and once I have the filter, I can look in area where I have three regions. So I'm only interested in central and South County, so I can get rid of North County, and that's fine. But then we have two different conditions here. So we need the data in central region to have the value for pool being true, and for South County the value has to be without pool. Now how do we do that? So what we can do is we can first create a copy of these headers here. So let me do that. Now the area has to be South County. So basically I can either just select this, and I can choose this value, and then I can select this, and then I can choose central. So that's the criteria which I have, and the pool value has to be, so central region should be with pool. So then this one basically has to be true, and this one has to be basically false. So South County is without pool. So let's select one of the values here, and this is my criteria. Now to get my result, we can always place your cursor here and you can check this is M column and 8th row. Okay, so we would want the result here. So let's go ahead and now click on data, and then in filter you have an option called advanced, and here what I can do is I can say I would want to filter the list in the place, but that's not what I would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location, and here if you see the list range will tell me that this is the data. So A1 to J126, so A to J column selected and all the rows. Criteria range is basically based on what I've given here. So that is M from 1 to V, which is 3. So I'm selecting these columns and then I'm saying all the way whatever criteria I've given, and copy to, I'm saying M8 to V8. So that basically will give me my filtered result. So you could basically just say okay, and now I have my data which has been filtered, and I have my area which is South County, that is without pool, Central with pool, again South County without pool, and then if you look at your central value, that's pool. So this is an advanced filter which we have applied, where simply we have filtered the data based on 2 columns and then we have our result. So in this way you can have your customized filter applied on 2 different columns and get your data, which can be either replacing the existing content, or in the same sheet in different set of columns and rows you can have your result. Let's look at one more example of filtering where you are trying to filter the data based on an AND condition being met in 2 different columns, and then you would want to filter out the data for only specific columns. So the situation is the agents with a house in North County, that should be county area, having 2 and a single type family. So we are talking about 2 bedrooms, and we would basically have a single type family, and here the criteria is that we would want to only populate these columns, which is agent, area, bedroom and type. Now what you can do is, as I explained earlier, that you can get your result in the same sheet in a different location. So here I have created these headers which says agent, area, bedrooms and type. Now this is basically a copy of all the columns what we have here: agent, data listed, area, list price, bedrooms, bath, square feet and so on. So you can basically create a copy of the headers here, and this is where we will give our advanced criteria to filter the data. So the conditions which need to be met is we need to look at North County. So for example, here in area, I can basically go ahead and select one of the values, North County. Now the criteria is having 2 bedrooms only. So let's say bedrooms, and let's say the value should be 2. And then basically I'm saying a single type family. So when you would want the single type family, so here under type, I can give the criteria single type. So this is my AND condition. So we are saying North County area having 2 bedrooms and the type is single family. Now this is the criteria, which basically means if I select this one tells me that this is M1 row onwards till V2. So this is what we have, and we would want to filter based on this. So let's go ahead and then go for data, filter, advanced. And here in advanced, it says filter the list in place. Now that's not what we would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location. This basically selects the list range. So which is telling me A1 to J126. So that's the columns and rows selected. Criteria range is based on M1, V2, which we have given here, and copy to, I would say, for example, from M7 to P7. Now this is the area where this is the place where I want the result. Let's say OK. And now I get my data, which is based on the question which has been asked, that you would want the agents with a house in North County area having 2 bedrooms and single type family. So in this way, you can basically do advanced filtering, get your data and get it stored in the sheet anywhere at a different location. Well, I could have also done filtering in place, and that would have replaced the data which we have, but that's not what we want. We would want the filtered result in a different place. So this is how you can do some advanced filtering. We can also use Excel to filter out the data in one particular column, which might be conditional or say using some numerical filters. Now here, say for example, the problem statement is that you would want to display all the houses whose list price is between 45,000 to 600,000, or say for example, we would want to filter out the data to something else. Say for example, let's say I would want to filter out the data between 300,000 and 400,000. So we can basically update this. Say for example, I'm saying I'm interested in 300,000 to 400,000, and that's the criteria to filter out the data. Now there are two different ways, or there are two easier ways to do it. One is I would want to look at the list price. So I can select this, I can go ahead and do a filter here, and in the list price, now this is where we would want to do the filtering. So it's pretty easy. You can click on this one and then you can go into number filters and you can choose between. Now that's one easier way of doing it. So I could basically select this. I could say I'm looking for value which is greater than or equal to 300,000 and then is less than or equal to 400,000. So if I just do this, I have applied my filter and I have my data which is filtered based on my criteria, right? So that's one easier way of doing it. Or let me do a Control Z. Now let the filter be there, which you can anyways use. But what we can also do is, as we have seen earlier methods, so get a set or get your column headers here, and then you are giving two columns here. Now the only difference between this set of columns, which I have 1 2 3 4, and then you have 7 and 10 columns, and if you see here we have 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, right? So whenever you want a AND condition, you will basically add the columns where I can give add condition if it is the same column. If it was a different column, then it would be same number of columns, but AND conditions will lie in the same line and OR condition would lie in a different line. Now here I can give this value, so I am looking for listed price being between 300,000, so I am saying it should be greater than or equal to 300,000, and then I can say less than or equal to 400,000. Now that's my criteria, and then I need my result here, which is in M7. So what I can do is, once I've given my criteria which I'll be using to filter, I can get into data, I can get into advanced, and then I can say copy to another location. So it is selecting my A1 to J126. Criteria range is based on M1 to W2, and then I would want my result from this particular column. So let's say OK, and now you have your data filtered out in a different location in the sheet, which has been filtered based on your AND condition. So you can filter out the data in this way, or you could just apply a filter on a column and give the conditions. Now let's solve one more interesting problem. And here we would want to use Excel, where we would have an and, an or condition. So say for example, this is the data given to you, and the question is that you would want to find all the houses in North County. Again, that's a spelling mistake, but then they are North County area with a list price greater than 300,000 and having 3 or 4 bedrooms. So the bedroom has conditional, so it has or 3 and 4, and then basically you have list price which is greater than 300,000. Now I could have obviously selected the columns and then basically gone for a filter. So I can just do a filtering here, and then I'm looking for list price being greater than 300,000, so which we can always give a number filter, and I can say greater than, and then I can say greater than or equal. So I can say greater than, and then I can give 3,000, 30, 300,000, and that's basically the filter which we would want. And here I would want to select the bedrooms, which should be just either 3 or 4. So if for example here I go in here and I unselect this and then I say 3 and 4, right? So I am getting my data which is greater than 300,000, and it should have the bedroom values which will be either 3 or 4 selected. Now that's one way of doing it. Let's do a Control Z and get it back to as we were, or you can even just say clear filter, so you get your data back as it was. So what we can do is we can here give the criteria. So for example, I have my list price. Now this is what I would want as a condition. So let's say greater than 300,000, and bedrooms should be 3. And then I can say greater than 300,000, and then I can say 4. So this one basically gives me a situation where your list price has to be greater than 300,000 and bedroom should be either 3 or 4. So we have given our filtering criteria. Now to get the result, what we can do is we can go into data, we can go into advanced, and we can say copy to another location. So our list range is selected, which is columns A to J, row number 1 to 126. Your criteria range is given in M1 to V3, where we have specified, and we are saying the result would be in M7 to V7. So if I do this, now I have got the same data which we were seeing earlier, and here the bedroom values are 3 or 4, and basically the list price is greater than 300,000. So this is a simpler way in which you can create your filters. And all this advanced filtering, what we are seeing, it will be saved with your sheet. You can always go back and change this value, or you could do filtering where one person has to look into the filter to see what values have been selected.
Now I have started my Microsoft Excel, and you can see I have a really small data set. So let's get started by the simple if function as we know it. Let's say we want to find out the result of the following students, and there is a criteria. Let's say less than or above some number, they are pass, and less than or above some number, they are fail, right? Now let's get started with the if function equals to if, and the cell, if this number is less than 35, then the result is fail, else result is pass. Now enter, the answer is pass. And now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have the results. So this is how we basically know the function. Now let's advance to a higher level where we have multiple criteria. You also want the result like we got in the first sheet, which is pass or fail, and along with the result we also want the grade in one single if function. Let's try to do that. So let's revise the simple if function is less than 35, then fail, else pass. Now our multiple level of if. So if the same cell, okay, we missed, equals to if the marks cell is greater than equal to 80. So here we have the criteria. So if it is greater than equal to 80, then it should be an A, comma, another if. It's similar to a nested if which you use in programming. So another if, select the if function by using tab key, and then the same cell which is E8. If it is greater than or equal to 65 according to the criteria, then you should be printing B, comma, another nested if function. If the same cell E8 is greater than or equal to 55, it should be C, comma, if E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you must be printing D. If E8 is greater than or equal to 35, then you must be printing E, else it should be an F. Now close the bracket. Just ensure that you get the black one, which means that all the brackets are in the right place. Just press enter and drag the same formula across all the rows and you will have the grades. And to make life easier, you can also choose if S or ifs method. So let's also try to explore that. Drag the same cell across here and add lines and equals to, instead of a simple if, you can go to the last one which says ifs, right? Now ifs will make things easier. Instead of using if inside a nested if, you can just write your conditions and your grades. So the same cell which is E8 should be greater than or equals to 80. Then in such scenario you can just print A, comma, the second condition which is the same E8 should be greater than or equal to 65. Then you can get a B, comma, if the same marks is greater than or equals to 55, then you can print me C, comma, if the same E8 is greater than or equal to 45, then you can print me D. Just make sure that you're placing the commas in the right place. Comma, if the same E8 cell is greater than or equals to 35, then you can print me E. And if it is none of those, then if it is none of those, so you're indicating that with a number 1, then you can print me F. Get enter. There you go. Drag the same formula across all the rows and you have your grades. And with that we have covered 3 methods: the simple if, multiple nested if, and ifs. Now let's go to the next sheet where we have another one. So far we have concentrated on one particular cell. Let's say if E8 is greater than a number, then pass or fail. Now let's say we have multiple criterias. The marks should be above certain number, and also along with it you should also have attendance. Let's say we have a rock in the last section, and we want, if we consider the result only by number is passed, but if we have a condition that, let's say if you're an engineering student, you already know that you have a minimum criteria of 60% of attendance, right? So let's say we are judging the result of rock based on both numbers as well as attendance, then rock is a failure candidate, right? So how do you decide based on 2 conditions? So that's our condition here, that's our criteria here. So let's try to investigate with the same if function. So equals to if, select the function by using tab, and before you get ahead with the condition, try to include an AND function. Press tab to select, and now select the cell for marks which should be greater than let's say 35, and also, comma, the attendance cell, which is F8, here to be greater than percentage. So we have the percentage in the F column, so give the decimal numbers. So what's the minimum number which we are looking at is 0.6, so 0.6. If both these conditions are satisfied, then print me pass, else print me fail. Bracket, enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the results. So you should be getting both numbers above 35 and the attendance should be above 60. Now this was the next type of condition or tip for using advanced level if conditions. Now coming here, so we will be using the next tip for using if conditions. So the only difference is, in place of if, we will be using the function choose. So here we have list of professors and days of a week. So let's say we need to find out which professor will be scheduled to your class on a specified date, right? So here we have dates, and based on this particular calendar, you will be receiving Professors Jenny, Albert, Shravan, Gilbert, Swati, John, and Karen. Now let's try to use the choose function. So first we need to extract the weekday. So equals to weekday of the date, comma, and here you have numbers. So number 1, Sunday, which means it is considering Sunday as the first day of a week. But according to our calendar, we have Monday as the first day of a week. So we need to select the second one, press tab to select. There you go. If you close the bracket, you will be receiving the number 4, right? So on 1st of February 2024, we have Thursday, right? Now this is not what we need. We need which professor is going to come here. So Professor Gilbert is expected to arrive on 1st of February. So we need to make minor changes to this. So we need to be using choose a function over here. Press tab to select and comma. If it is first, then it should be Prof. Jenny. Second one is Prof. Albert, so on. There you go. Now enter. So some typo mistake here. We missed double colons here. And now try to enter once again. There you go. Now if you drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your particular professors for the dates. There you go. And to make things a little more easier, instead of using choose, you can use index match, because we are getting the address here, right? A cell address. So you can use index match equals to index of weekday, press tab to select, of this particular cell, comma, second option, choose that. So far we have the match function, and now we need to give the index for this particular one. So the index is from K7 to K30. So this is our index and the match we already have. Now press enter. As we drag the same formula across all the cells, you have your results. Yeah, so a small mistake here, just quickly undo it. And if you double click the formula, here you can see we have not fixed the range. So let's fix the range using function key F4. Now enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells. Now you should be having no errors.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now, if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So, conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on train dataset, and here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting. Highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as the red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel. So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand. So to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way, where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon you can see data tools group, and in the data tools group you have the option of data validation. Now select the entire column, go to the data tools group, select data validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901 and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error? Right. To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors. Right. Now let us try to enter the valid data 10902 and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything, so minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15, and press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name.
error alert, invalid data, please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00 and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary, please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between
and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022. 02 2022. It will not take this. It will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this as March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 PM in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 AM to 5 PM. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time. And let's try to provide wrong timings, 08. Now it will not take it. It will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 PM. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it.
Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16 30 0 0. This will be valid, and 15 30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay. Let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option. And here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester, right? Okay, this is good for 1 or 2 options, maybe 3 or even maybe like 5. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 15 departments or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah, now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So, but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options, here you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message. Data options or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden, and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester. So that's how you can protect your sheets as well. Let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is delete duplicate elements from Excel. Now, for this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now, let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now, let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class, because all the students, all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication. But we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores,
percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if you have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We are going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers, and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data, and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset but not to remove them. So you can select that, and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again, you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset, or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates, and press OK, and you can see 1 duplicate value was found and it has been removed, and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel.
In this video, we will learn some of the important features and functionalities of Power Query in Excel. Also, we will be doing an extensive hands-on demonstration using various datasets. So if you want the datasets and the demo files, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will send you the files over email. Let's begin. So what is Excel Power Query? Power Query is an advanced feature of Microsoft Excel that allows you to prepare your data for analysis. You can perform numerous text computations and numerical analysis to make your data more powerful and informative. Excel Power Query is a data preparation and transformation engine. It allows you to carry out the extract, transform, and load operations on the datasets from multiple sources. Now, let's look at the challenges solved by Power Query. Earlier, in Excel, there was difficulty in data connections. Now, using Power Query, you can connect to a broad range of data sources such as relational databases, web files, text, CSV, JSON files, and even fetch data in the cloud. Volume, variety, and velocity are the characteristics that define big data. It was a major problem to handle such data. Now, Power Query enables you to transform your data to an appropriate size. It also allows you to work on any shape of data from any source. Earlier, updating your data and refreshing it in real time was an issue. Using Power Query, a repeatable process query is adopted to update the data in real time and in the future. In Excel, it was not so easy to reshape, transform, and manipulate data, but using Power Query provides a highly interactive experience and sophisticated tools to prepare your data. Now, from Excel 2016 onwards, Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into Excel. But in Excel 2010 and 2013 for Windows, Power Query is a free add-in. You can go ahead and download the link. Once installed, the Power Query tab will be visible in the Excel ribbon. Now coming to the features of Power Query. So Excel Power Query allows you to clean, transform, manipulate and process your data for analysis. It helps you to automate repetitive tasks that you want to do it over and over again. You can search for data sources and make connections as and when you want. Power Query helps you to prepare and shape the data in the right format for performing analysis. And finally, once your data is ready, you can share your findings or use your query to create interactive reports and dashboards. Now let's have a glance at the demo that we are going to work on in this video. So we'll look at how to load data from different sources. You will understand how to extract tables from web files, so we'll extract tables present on Wikipedia pages. Then you'll learn how to sort and filter data. Up next, you'll see how to group your data, how to split a column into multiple columns, and then pivot and unpivot your table. Then you're going to work on date columns and make some transformations. Understand how to append tables and merge tables vertically and horizontally. Now let's open MS Excel and start with importing a simple text file. So you can see here I have my Excel file opened, and in the middle you can see I have my employee.txt file. Now this is a comma separated file, meaning that the values are separated by commas, as you can see it here. The columns have been separated by commas and all the values have a comma between them. Now this text file has information about the name, age, company and the city to which the employee belongs to. Let's see how easily you can import this EMP text file into MS Excel. Here I'm using Excel 365 or Office 365, where Power Query on Windows has been fully integrated into this version of Excel. So what I'll do is, first let's go to the Data tab, and you have this section called Get and Transform Data. So I'll click on Get Data. Under Get Data, I'll go to From File and select From Text/CSV. Once I click on it, it will ask me to give the location where the file is there. So my file is on desktop. I'll click on Power Query Files, and here you can see I have my employee.txt file. You can see the type here, it says text document. Click on EMP and hit import. Now this will take some time to import the file onto Excel. It's establishing a connection, you can see. There you go. So here you can see the file name emp.txt. You can see the file origin. As I said, the delimiter is comma, and we have the data type detection. And here you can see we have our text file. So Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected the column names. So we have name, age, company and city as our columns, and these are the values. Now let's hit load. So this will load all the rows and the columns onto Excel. There you go. It was really quick. Excel has automatically loaded our text file. Now you can see here we have another tab called Queries and Connections. So we have made one query and have loaded the employee data. It gives a preview also, you can see it here. And if needed later, you can go to edit and change some values that we'll see later. Now you can use this data to create simple visualizations. So let me show you how to do it. So let's first select the data and we'll go to the Insert tab. Under Insert tab, I'll click on Recommended Charts. Let's say I want to know how many employees belong to a particular city. So I'll click on the second chart which says the count of name by city, and I'll click on OK. Here you can see we have a nice clustered bar chart, and you can see in Bangalore there were 5 employees, in Hyderabad we had 2, and in Nasik we had 1. You can see the count here. This is a pivot table. If we go back to our actual data, here you can see in Bangalore we had Vidya, Sonam, Avinash, Varun and Himani, and there were 2 more people from Hyderabad and 1 from Nasik. So you can use the Excel Power Query feature to import data onto Excel and make some visualizations. Now, if you want to fetch some data that is present on the web or on the internet, Excel Power Query features and functionalities can help you import those data as well. We will now see how to import data, specifically a table that is present on the web. Here, I'll be using a Wikipedia article on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. Let me show you the page first. So this is my Wikipedia page on the list of European Cup and UEFA Champions League finals. If I scroll down, you can see all the details here. And I would like to import this table, which has the list of all the finals. So we have columns like season, winners, scoreline, runners-up, venue and attendance. Let's import this table onto Excel. So I'll copy this URL first. Now let me open a new sheet. I'll go to sheet 1 and then on the data tab under the get data section, I'll go to from other sources and here I have from web, which allows me to import data from the web. Either you can follow this path, or if you see here, there's an option to get data from the web. If I click on this, it is asking me to enter the URL. So I'll paste the URL of the Wikipedia page here and let's click on OK. Now it's navigating and OK. You can see Power Query feature in Excel has given us a list of tables, which you can see here. We have something called as document. There's a key table, and here you can see there's one table which was extracted from the Wikipedia page. And the table which I am interested in is this table, which has the list of European Cup finals. You can see it here. Excel Power Query feature has automatically detected these rows and it has given a list of columns as well. You can see these are the columns. Now we'll explore the transform data tab present in the Power Query. Now if I click on transform data, it will take me to the Power Query editor. Let me just click on refresh. Now this is the most important section. Now, using the Power Query editor, you can clean your data, filter your data, manipulate your data, and make it ready for analysis. Now let's explore a few tabs available here. So we have a home tab that has a query section. You can see you can reduce rows, manage columns, sort the data, transform the data, combine different tables. Now there's another tab called transform, which allows you to select your data type, transpose your rows and columns, pivot and unpivot your columns. And here you can see you can find out some summary statistics and you can manage your date values as well. Now if you want to add some new columns to your data, you can do that as well, and you also have a view tab. Now here, if you see the first two rows, the values are the same. You can see season, these are all repeated, which we actually don't need, and these are pretty similar to our column names. Similarly, if I scroll down, you see there are some rows which have null values. So actually these rows do not add up any value or do not add any value to our data. So we'll clean this data first. So let's see how to do it. Now if you want to remove certain rows in the table, what you can do is go to the home tab and under reduce rows, click on remove rows and then choose remove top rows. If I select remove top rows, it will ask me how many rows do you want to remove from the top. You can see it here. I want to remove the top 2 rows. Now let's click on OK. You will see that the Excel Power Query editor has removed the first 2 rows. And on the right you can see the steps that were applied. You can see it here. Previously we had these 2 rows which were redundant. and once we applied this step, it has removed the first 2 rows. Similarly, let's go down and remove the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are going to remove the last 7 rows from the table. So again, I'll go to reduce rows and click on remove rows. Now this time I'll select remove bottom rows, and here I'll choose I want to delete 7 rows from the table from the bottom. I click on OK. If you see, the last 7 rows have been deleted. Now let me show you the last row, which is this one. So the last season of UEFA Champions League was held in 2020, which is this year, and Bayern Munich won the Champions League against a French team, that was Paris Saint-Germain, by a score of 1-0. Now if you see the last value, that is the attendance, you can see the value is 0, which means there were no spectators in the stadium. It was because of the COVID conditions. Now let's do some more manipulation to our data. Suppose this time I want to add a new column, let's say a stadium name, by extracting values from the venue column. So let me just show you the venue column. So this is our venue column. So the first value is the stadium name. Then we have the city in which the stadium is there. And finally we have the country name. So I want to extract only the stadium name. So you can see we have some stadiums like Santiago Bernabeu, there's Wembley, San Siro, and other stadiums. So I want to extract only the stadium names. So let's see how to do that. I'll click on the venue column and go to add column tab. Under add column, here you can see we have extract. Now if I click on this drop down, there's an option to select text before delimiter. So if I choose text before delimiter, here I'll give my delimiter as comma. So everything before the first comma will be considered as the stadium name. Now let me click on OK. Now here you can see under applied steps it says inserted text before delimiter. If I scroll to the right, you can see the last column has our stadium names. Let me double click on this and change this to stadium name column and hit enter. Even this step is applied here. You can see renamed columns. Similarly, let's explore a few more features. Now I want to add a new column called Stadium City. So if we consider this venue column, whatever is there between the 2 commas is the stadium city. So for example, Santiago Bernabeu is in Madrid. Similarly, Wembley Stadium is in London. San Siro is in Milan. So these middle values I want to extract into a new column called as Stadium City. So let's see how to do it. So I'll click on the venue column and go to extract, and again I'll select the extract tab, and here now I'll choose text between delimiters, and my first delimiter I'll give is a comma and a space. You can see here all the values have a comma and a space, and my end delimiter will be another comma. Then I'll click on OK. This will add a new column to the extreme right of the table. You can see here we have text between delimiters and it has extracted the stadium city. Let me go ahead and rename this column as Stadium City and hit enter. You can see the applied step here. Now I want to split the score column into 2 columns. So here we have the score column, and the left value presents the number of goals that were scored by the winning team, and the right value presents the number of goals that were scored by the losing team. So here I'll split the column into two columns as winner score and loser score. So what I'll do is select this column and go to the home tab. Under the home tab we have split column. I'll select split column and then choose by delimiter. So automatically Excel Power Query detects that this dash is my delimiter, and I'll split at each occurrence of the delimiter. Let's click on OK. Now you can see the score column has been split into two. It has renamed the column as score.1 and score.2. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and we'll rename this column as winner score, and this will rename it to loser score. I'll hit enter and I have renamed it successfully. Next, let's change the winners team and the runners up team values to uppercase. So suppose I want to change all the values or the club names of the winners team to uppercase. So what I can do is I'll select this column and go to the transform tab. Under transform tab I have this option called format. So here I'll click on format, and then you can see I can change the case to lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word. So here I want to make all the winner teams as uppercase. I'll select uppercase. There you go. We have successfully converted all the winner team names to uppercase. Similarly, let's do it for the runners up team as well. So here I have my runners up team. I'll go to the transform tab, click on format and select uppercase. Now we saw how to do some simple manipulation of our data. So we created a few columns, split a few columns. Now to save all this, I have to go to the home tab and then click on close and load. This will take some time and load our data onto this Excel sheet. You can see here it's loading the data. This will take a bit of time. There you go. Excel Power Query feature has successfully performed some manipulations on our data, some calculations on our data, and then it has saved the final version and loaded it onto Excel. Now using this clean data, we can do some analysis. Let's say I want to find the seasons in which the winners team scored more than 3 goals. So we have a problem statement at hand where we want to find the seasons in which the winner team had more than 3 goals scored. So what you can do is select any cell in this data and go to the insert tab and click on pivot table. Here I'll click on existing worksheet and then I'll give my location. I'll place my pivot table somewhere here and click on OK. Alright, now since I want to know the seasons, I'll drag season onto row, and I'll also drag the winners team column onto rows. Then I'll choose my winner score under values. Here you can see we have the pivot table ready. Now we need to filter this table to see all the winning teams that scored more than 3 goals. So what I'll do is I'll select this winner score column and place it under filters. And here you can see I have my filter. Let me click on this drop down and I'll select multiple items. From this multiple items I'll choose 4, 5 and 7 because these values are greater than 3 and click on OK. Here you can see I have filtered my pivot table, and to the left you can see the season and the winner team that had scored more than 3 goals in the finals. Alright, similarly you can perform some more analysis. Suppose I want to know how many times Real Madrid won the championship. So let's see. I'll click on one cell in the dataset, go to the insert tab and click on pivot table. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location here. let's say I want to place my pivot table here. I click on OK. Alright. So the question we have is, how many times have Real Madrid won the championship? So I'll choose the winners team column and place it under rows, and let's say we'll select the winner score as well, and let's convert this winner score from sum to, let's say, count. I'll click on OK, and since I want to check only for Real Madrid, so what I'll do is I'll go to the insert tab and I'll insert a slicer. Here I'll choose winner teams as my slicer and click on OK. And out of this I want to choose only Real Madrid, so I'll select Real Madrid. You can see it here. Real Madrid have won the championship 13 times. Okay, let's say you want to compress your data and remove unnecessary columns without losing any information. You can do that using a feature in the Power Query editor called unpivot. To perform this task, we'll use a census data of India from Wikipedia. So let me first show you the Wikipedia page. So this is my Wikipedia article which says list of states in India by past population. And if I scroll down, you can see it here. There's a table which says by past population from 1947 to 2011. So there are a few columns like rank, this state or union territory, and we have population starting from 1951 till 2011, which was our last census. Here you can see, if I scroll further, there are nearly 29 states and we have 7 union territories. So we will extract this table and load into Excel first. Okay, so let me click on a new sheet and we'll follow the same drill. I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Under get data, I'll go to from other sources and click on from web. Here it will ask me to provide the URL link of the Wikipedia page, so I'll paste the URL here and click on OK. Now once I have done that, it will load a few tables onto Excel. You can see there are a few tables here. I'll click on the first one. So we have our table here. Now let's do some transformation to this data. This opens in the Power Query editor. Okay, I'll click on refresh first. This will take some time to refresh the entire data. Okay, we are done. Now if you see this data clearly, the first row in this table is not necessary at all because these are our column names. So we also have our column headers already present. So let's go ahead and delete the first row. So we'll go to the home tab. Under remove rows, I'll click on remove top rows. Now I'll give my number of rows as 1. So we want to remove the first row only. I'll click on OK. You can see the first row has been deleted. If I scroll further, I actually don't need the last row as well, which is the total. So what we can do is we can also remove the last row from the bottom. So I'll select 1, click on OK. You can see the step has been applied and you don't see the last row that was the total row anymore. So the task that I want to do here is I want to compress all these columns, which are basically the population columns. So I'll select my state or union territory column and go to the transform tab, and here I have the option to unpivot columns. So I'll click on this drop down and select unpivot other columns. You can see here the step has been applied and all the population column from 1951 till 2011 have been unpivoted. If you want, you can go ahead and rename these columns. Let's say I'll write it as population column, and let's say this is, I'll rename it to total population value. Alright, now we are done with our preparation of data. Let's go to the Home tab and click on Close and Load. Now this will take some time to load the data onto Excel. Alright, so we have our census data here. So first you can see rank 1 is Uttar Pradesh, and we have the population starting from 1951 till 2011. Then we have for Maharashtra. If I scroll down, you can see the other states. We have Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, there's Karnataka. If I scroll further, we have Odisha, there's Telangana, Kerala. Now if you see here, the population values from 1951 till 2011 for the Telangana state are all NA, which means there was no data available. Now this is because Telangana was only formed in 2014, so there was no census for this state. Let's continue with our demo and let's explore a few more features and functionalities of Power Query Editor. Now the next table we are going to use is an AdventureWorks customer table. Now this dataset is provided by Microsoft for practitioners who want to learn Power BI, Excel or similar technologies and want to do some manipulation, some calculation, some data analysis stuff. So let me go to a new sheet and let's import the AdventureWorks customer dataset. It's a CSV file onto Excel first. So I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. From here I'll go to from file and choose from text/CSV. You can see it here in my Power Query files folder. I have my AdventureWorks customer table. I'll select this and click on import. This will take some time to load the dataset. You can see the preview of the dataset here. So we have columns like the customer key, we have the prefix of the customer name, the first name, the last name of the customer, date of birth, marital status. If I go to the right, we have annual income, total children, education level, occupation and homeowner column as well. So let's click on transform data. Here we'll learn a few more features of Power Query. Okay, we have our data on our Power Query editor. So first what I'll show you is, let's change the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column to proper case. So you can see it here, the prefix, first name and last name columns are all in uppercase. Now if you want to change the values to proper case, just hit Ctrl and select the three columns and go to the transform tab. Under transform tab you have format. So if you click on format, here you can see we have lowercase, uppercase. Now proper case is to capitalize each word, so I'll click on capitalize each word. You can see it here now. We have converted the prefix, first name and last name column into prop case. The next step I'm going to show you is, let's merge all the three columns, the prefix column, the first name column and the last name column into one full name column. So what I'll do is I'll select the three columns and then let's go to add column, and under add column we have this option called merge columns. Let's hit merge columns. Okay, now it's asking you to give the separator. I'll select my separator as a space and click on OK. Okay, so before click on OK, I want to change my new column name from merged to, let's say, full name. And now let's click on OK. You can see here it says inserted merged column, and if I go to my right, you can see it here, we have a full name column. Now if you want to shift the location of the full name column, you can do that as well. Just hold this and keep on dragging to the left. This will move the entire table to the right and you can place it wherever you want. So I want to place it, let's say, here. Okay. Now actually I don't want all these columns, so let's delete it. So click on this and I'll right click and click on remove. You can see we have removed the prefix column. Similarly, let's remove the other two columns. You can either right click and do, or go to the home tab and then select remove columns. Alright. Now let's say we want to add a domain name column from AWS customers by extracting the characters between @ and .com. So actually I'm talking about the email address. From this email address we want to create a new column called as domain name. For that we'll extract characters that are present between @ and .com. So let's see how to do it. I'll select the email address column and then I'll go to add column. Under add column I'll click on extract, and this time we want to extract between two delimiters. So I'll select text between delimiters and I'll give my starting delimiter as @ and my end delimiter would be .com. Now let's click on OK. So this will insert a new column to the extreme right. You can see we have our domain name. Let's go ahead and change the column name to domain name and hit enter. Alright, you can see the step has been applied. Now we are done with our preparation of customers table. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. So all the transformation that we did in the Power Query editor will reflect here. So you can see we have our full name column, and if you see we have our domain name as well. Okay, now using the Power Query editor you can perform some statistical analysis. Now let's explore those statistical features. For this we'll be using another dataset called AdventureWorks product dataset. Again, this dataset is also provided by Microsoft. So let's go to the new sheet, and here I'll go to the data tab, click on get data. Under from files I click on text/CSV. Here you can see we have AdventureWorks products. I click on import. Let's click on transform data. So we have our data loaded onto the Power Query editor. The data is mostly clean, so let's not alter this data. Let's straight away go ahead and explore some of the statistical features that we have here. Now let's say if you want to find the total number of product names in the product table. We have this product name column, and say if you want to find the total number of product names in the table, how to do it? So what you can do is click on this product name column, then go to the transform tab. Now in the transform tab you have an option called statistics. Click on this drop down and select count values. Now this will open another window that will return the total number of products in the table. You can see the value here, it says 293. Now to move back to the query editor we have to cancel this step here. So let's just click cancel or close. We are back again. Alright. Now let's say you want to calculate the average product price from the product table. So if I move to the right, you have a column called product price. So let's see what is the average product price from the product table. So I'll select this product price column, go to the transform tab. Under statistics I'll select average. So this will give me the average product price, which is 714.4373. You can consider any unit you want. Let's say this is in dollars. Now again we have to cancel this step to move back. Okay. Now if you want to find the maximum and minimum product price, you can do that as well. So let me select my column product price and go to the transform tab. Under the transform tab we'll click on this statistic drop down, and let's say I'll select minimum. So this will give me the minimum product price, which is 2.29. Similarly if you want to find the maximum product price, so select this product price column, go to the transform tab and then choose maximum. So this is the maximum product price in the product table we have. Let's cancel this step. Okay, now you can also round the product cost and product price column to 2 decimal places. So if I show you both the columns, you have your product cost and you have the product price column. You can see the floating values or the decimal points are not constant, it's varying. So let's limit it to 2 decimal places. What you can do is select both the columns and then go to the transform tab. In the transform tab, you have here rounding. I'll click on this drop down and select round. Now here I'll give my decimal places as 2. If I click on OK, you can see here both the columns, the product cost and the product price column, have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. I can scroll down, you can see all the values have been rounded up to 2 decimal places. Alright. Now let's say you want to add a column called discount price column by multiplying 0.9 to the product price column, and let's say you also want to round that new column to 2 decimal places. So how to do it? So we want to give a discount of 10%. So I'll select this product price column, go to add column, and then I'll choose custom column. Here we'll write a formula. So I'll give my new column name as discount price, and my formula would be, I'll select product price, I'll click on insert, and then I'll multiply this product price by 0.9. So this will give me my 10% discount on the product price, and click on OK. You see here we have a new column added, which is discount price. So if the product price is 34.99, if you give a 10% discount, it's 31.491. Alright. Now the next question was to change the or round the decimal places to 2. So I'll go to the transform tab, under rounding I'll click on round. Let's say I'll give 2 and click on OK. So even this has rounded the discount price column to 2 decimal places. Now we are done with our mathematical operation on this product data set. So we saw how to find sum, average, count, how to round up values, how to add a new custom column. So let's go ahead and close it and load it onto Excel. You see here we have our new product table added here, and the last column, if you see, it's the discount column that we added. Okay, now it's time for us to explore another feature. So we'll use a table called AdventureWorks calendar table, which has basically a date column, and let's see how using Power Query you can prepare that data as well and make some manipulations, some calculations. So let me go ahead and import AdventureWorks calendars table. Again, this dataset is provided by Microsoft. So I'll go to my new sheet and I'll go to the data tab, click on get data, and from here I'll click on from text/CSV, and you can see I have my calendar table here. I click on import. Now this will open in the query editor. You see here this dataset has only one column, which is a date column. So let's click on transform data. Okay, now if you see here, the first row is actually the column name. So let's do the transformation here. Let's push this as the column name. So I'll go to the home tab, and under home tab you have this option called use first row as headers. I'll select this. You see here we have the column name as date. Now before making any operation, let's see if all the fields are available. You see here, if I click on the date drop down, The year, month, quarter, weekday, day, everything has been shaded out and I can't access this. The reason is the date settings are not correct. So we'll change the regional settings. Let me show you how to do it. So we'll go to File and I'll select Options and Settings and go to Query Options. Under Query Options, we have something called as Regional Settings. Here, under Regional Settings, we'll select English United States instead of English India. So I'll just scroll down and here we have English United States and I click on OK. Now once this is done, I'll go to my data type and I'll select date as my data type. I'll choose replace current. OK. Now you can see my date column has been formatted. If I go to the date tab, you can see I have access to all this. Now let's do some operations on this date column. Let's say you want to find the earliest and the latest date from AW calendars table or the AdventureWorks calendar table. So what you can do is select this column, go to date drop down under transform, and here we have the option of earliest and latest. So if I click on earliest, this will show you the last date, which was 1st of January 2015. Let me close this. Similarly, you can see the most recent date. I'll go to the date drop down and click on latest, and you have 30 June 2017 as the latest date. I'll close this. Now let's add a new column, say day name, start of the week and others. So I'll select my date column, go to add column. Here under add column, I have my option to select the day name, the week name and others. So I'll click on this date drop down and under day, let's say I want to choose name of day. This returns the day name. Similarly, let's say I'll want to find out the start of the week. You can see we have the start of the week column or start of week column. Now one thing to notice here is in this Power Query editor, the week starts on a Sunday. Now suppose you want to start your week on a Monday, you can do some transformations on this formula tab. So here in the formula bar, you can add a 1 here to make sure your week starts on a Monday. So if I hit enter, you will see all these values will change. You can see it's 28, 4 and 11. This will become 29, 5 and 12. Let's hit enter. You can see it here. Your start of the week is on a Monday. Now there's another method to make sure your week starts on a Monday. Let's cancel this step. Okay, I have to insert it once again. So I'll go to date and here I'll choose start of week. Now the week starts on a Sunday. So one more method is to add day dot Monday. You can see automatically Power Query is giving me a suggestion. So I'll hit tab to finish it and I'll hit enter. Now you can see the values have changed and our week starts on a Monday. Now let's say we want to add a few more columns like start of month, name of month, start of year and the year value. So you can just click on the date column or select the date column, go to the transform tab. Okay, not the transform tab, let's go to the add column tab and here let's say I'll choose year. So we have all the year values and similarly let's say I want to know the start of the year. Now you can do a few more transformations. Let's say I want to know the month. Now here it gives us 1, which means January, that's February, March and so on and so forth. Let's say we'll do one more. I'll click on this, go to my date drop down, and here I'll choose, let's say I want to know the day of year. Alright, now we are done with all our transformation and preparing our data on a date field. So let me just go to the home tab. I'll click on close and load. Now this will load the data set onto Excel. You can see it here. We have the data ready. Now you can use this data to make some analysis, draw a pivot table, draw a pivot chart, and do a whole lot of things. Now while working on a project, it is possible that not all your data will be in a single file. It could be stored in multiple files. So it's important to combine and bring all your data together. Now we will see how to join your data vertically. I have my data present in a CSV folder. So let me show you the folder first. So this is my CSV folder. Let me open it. And I have some files. These are named as project 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let me open just one of the project files. It has a very small quantity of data. You can see it has a month column and an amount column. Let me close this and let me show it to you again. Let's open project 4. All the files have the same number of columns. You can see this also has a month column and an amount column. Now we'll combine all this data together and load it into Excel. Let's see how to do it. So I'll open a new sheet and I'll go to my data tab and click on get data. Then I'll go to from file and this time I'll choose from folder. Now this will ask me to give the folder location or the path location where my CSV files are. So I'll choose browse, and here you can see I have my CSV file. I'll just double click on it and click on open. Now it has selected my file path or the folder path. Then I'll click on OK. You can see these are the files. You have project1.xls, project2.xls and so on. I'll click on this combine drop down and I'll hit combine and transform. Now this will give you the preview of one of the data files. You will see it now. You can see it here. It says sheet 1. Okay. Now it's processing all the data files present in that CSV folder, and this will be uploaded onto our Power Query editor. Now you can see here on the Power Query editor, all my data files have been combined vertically. Here you can see the month column. On the extreme right, it's the amount column, and to the extreme left we have the source name or the source file where the data came from. So first is project 1, then we have project 2. If I scroll down, we have project 3 files, project 4, and similarly we have project 5. Now this is one way in which you can merge your tables vertically. So we are done with it. Let's just go to the home tab and click on close and load. All the transformations that were applied, you can see it here. We have our final table and we have successfully combined 5 Excel files. Again, you can also join your data horizontally. This would be like an SQL join where the data is present in multiple files or sheets. Based on a common key column, you can join the tables. So you can perform a left join, a right join, an inner join based on the problem that you are trying to solve. So let's merge two tables based on a column. I'll show the data set first. It's an Excel file which has 3 worksheets. So here is my Excel file which we'll be using to merge our data horizontally. You can see there are 3 worksheets. The first one is year 11, which has data regarding the student name, the gender of the student, and the course the student had opted for. Similarly, we have another for 2012 or year 12. We have the student name, gender, as well as the course. And finally, we have a courses table or a courses sheet which has all the details regarding the course. So we have the course name, the teacher who teaches or teacher who taught that course. We have the lesson type, the number of credits, and the assignment type. Now we'll use this data sets to load it onto Excel using Power Query. So I am on my Excel sheet. Let's just open a new sheet. I'll go to the data tab, and here I'll click on get data, and this time I'll choose from Excel workbook, and I'll select my file, which is students and courses. I'll click on import. So we'll just see how to import two tables and join them horizontally. So let me first select the courses sheet, and I'll click on transform data. Now this has loaded the courses table onto Power Query editor. The table looks fine. We have the course column, teacher, everything is fine. Now let's load one more table and then we'll merge it. So here under the home tab you have a section called new source. I'll click on file. I'll again select my students and courses and click on import. And this time let's choose another table, let's say year 11, which has the column name as student, gender and course. I click on OK. Now it has successfully loaded this table onto Power Query editor. Now if you say this, the first row is actually our column names. So I'll go to the home tab and select use first row as headers. So this will push the first row to the column names. You can see we have done it successfully. We have my student name, the gender column and the course column. Now let's merge it. So if you see here in the home tab, we have a section called merge queries. Let's click on this drop down and select merge queries. Here I have my table, which is year 11, and let's choose one more table, that is courses. Now the kind of join I'll choose as left outer join, which means it will take all the rows from the first table and matching records from the second table. Here I need to select the common key column. So if you see both the tables, we have the course column as the common key column. So I'll select this, and now you can see there's a tick mark, which means it has selected the rows and the columns successfully. You can see it says the selection matches 175 or 175 rows from the first table, and let's click on OK. Let's just expand this and click on OK. If I scroll to the right, you can see I have successfully merged both the tables. Now if you want, you can remove unnecessary rows or columns. Suppose if you see I have the course column from the year 11 table, and here also I have the course column. Now this is redundant. Let's just remove one of the columns. I'll just select this column. I'll go to remove columns and I'll select remove columns. Okay, the rest looks fine. We have successfully merged both the tables by using a left outer join. Let's just click close and load. Now this will take some time to load our data onto Excel. You can see it here. We have successfully loaded it onto Excel. Now we are done with our demo part. Now let's just see what all we have done in our demo. So I'll go to my first sheet. Here you can see we had imported a simple text file first, and then we plotted a graph, which is a pivot chart. Then you saw how to upload a file from the web. So here we imported a UEFA Champions League table which was present on Wikipedia, and then we plotted some graphs and charts. You can see we made some analysis using pivot tables. And then we imported another web file which was based on a population data, and we used the unpivot option or the unpivot feature in the Power Query to reduce the number of columns. Then we made some calculations to our customer table, which was from AdventureWorks. Then we used another table called the products table. Here we saw some statistical calculations, and we added a column called discount price where we used conditional operations. And then you saw how we manipulated a date column, and then we saw how to append and merge multiple tables.
So, one thing is for sure. The humble Microsoft Excel still stands the most trusted tools for data analysis. Even in the age of AI and advanced analytics platforms, that's a tough competition. So let's get started. What is data analytics and what is its purpose? So let's start with a simple question. You have some data and you need to extract insights, and that's the process of data analytics for basic. At its core, data analytics is a detailed process of examining raw data to uncover insights, patterns, and trends that support better decision making. Whether it's tracking sales performance, understanding customer behavior, or predicting the future demands, data analytics helps transform numbers into actionable intelligence. The purpose of data analytics is not just to collect data, but to make some sense out of it. So, to turn confusion into clarity and help organizations make smarter, data-driven decisions, data analytics is a key step. Now, let's dive into the types of data analysis. Now, data analytics isn't one size fits all. It comes in 4 major types, each answering a different question. So let's go through them. Firstly, descriptive analytics. So this is basically about what happened, and this is the foundation. It looks at historical data like sales reports or monthly expenses. To summarize, it's like it looks at what already has occurred and finished. Now comes the second type, diagnostic analytics. So this basically deals with why did it happen? Here we dive deeper. Diagnostic analytics helps us find causes behind the trends. For example, why sales dropped or why did a campaign underperform? Now comes the third type, predictive analytics. This deals with what might happen next. Using statistical models and forecasting techniques, predictive analytics helps anticipate future trends, such as predicting the next quarter's sales or customer churn. Now comes the last type, prescriptive analytics. What can we do about it is its question. Finally, prescriptive analytics goes one step further. It recommends possible actions. It helps answer, given what we know, what should we do next? Think of it as moving from insight to an action. So that was about the types of data analytics. Now, why Excel is still relevant for data analysis? Now, you might be wondering, with so many modern tools like Power BI, Python, Tableau, along with the power of generative AI, why is Excel still relevant for data analysis? Well, the answer lies in its power to balance the simplicity and power. So the first reason, accessibility and ease of use. Excel is one of the most widely available tools on the planet. Anyone with basic computer knowledge can start analyzing data, no coding required. It's user-friendly, intuitive, and perfect for quick insights. Now, the second reason, powerful analytical capabilities. Behind this simple interface lies a powerhouse. Excel supports formulas, pivot tables, charts, conditional formatting, Power Query, and even built-in AI tools. You can clean, transform, and visualize data seamlessly. Now comes your third reason, integration and compatibility. Excel easily connects with other tools like databases, Power BI, Google Sheets, or even APIs, making it a greater bridge between the basic and advanced analytics. Now comes your fourth reason, real-world use cases. Across industries, from finance to HR, from sales to marketing, professionals still rely on Excel for quick exploratory analysis, reporting, and visualization. For instance, a marketing analyst might use Excel to analyze ad performance or calculate return on investment before presenting the findings to the stakeholders. In short, Excel remains the Swiss Army knife of data analytics. Simple enough for beginners, yet powerful enough for professionals. So that was your quick introduction to data analytics and why Excel continues to be a cornerstone for analysts around the world. In the next module, we will dive into Excel's interface and explore the key functions that make it such a reliable tool for any data-driven professional. So some of the key functions are trim function, clean function, text function, average function, median, standard deviation, index match, lookup, and a lot more. So we will be exploring each of these in detail in a demonstration session. Now that we have a basic understanding, let's get going to the practical demonstration that will not just introduce you to the basic formulas of data cleaning and transformation, but also will help you build a fully fledged interactive sales dashboard. So let's get going. So now we are on the demonstration module for Excel data analytics. So let's go through the data first. As you can see on my screen, we have a simple sales data set. We have order ID, order date, delivery date, customer ID and his details, and followed by that we have the location details like state, region of which state are we delivering to, and the product details from which category does it belong to, and what is the specific product that they have ordered. And apart from that, here we have some traffic, price, and sales related data set, right? So this is the data set that we will be working today. This is as simple as it looks like. Now, let's come up with some basic Excel formulas or functions that you will be applying on a daily basis in case of a data analysis project. So here you can see we have a customer name. Okay, let's do an example so that I can show you how it looks like. So here we will be applying a simple AND application. So here what we have did is we have combined the first name and the second name together to replicate a scenario where you will find the full name of the customer and you will have to split it, right? So at this scenario, what you do is you just select the entire column and go to the data section here, and then you go to the option text to columns. So just go to the delimited option. By default, you have a tab option here, but instead of tab, we have space. So you just need to select the space and then select on next. And here, if you want some data formatting done, you can also proceed with that. So far, it's a text one, so I'd go with general and then finish it off. So data is already there. Do you want to replace it? For now, yes. Right? So here we have the first name and the last name together. So we'll not need this anymore, so we'll delete it. So we have the data sorted here. Now, apart from that, if you would like to go ahead with some data formatting issues, let's say here we have the date format in custom, but in case if you wanted to have that in a dedicated date format, you can also do with that. And apart from that, let's go through the ribbons here. Apart from that, here we have the home section where you can select the specific font, size of the text, alignment in center, right or left. And here you have the data type selection. You can modify your data types. And here you can see in the styles section, you have conditional formatting, which we will be exploring soon. And you can also insert new cells, delete existing ones, or do some formatting to them. And here you have some draw page layouts. So if you're printing a page, then you can just go ahead with the page layout and find out the best margins suitable for your data and adjust them based on this particular height, width, and scale, and then print it. And here you have the formula sections where you have the aggregate functions like sum, average, count. And next you have the data tab where you can apply some advanced filters. We have already explored text to columns. And you have data validation, which we'll be exploring further. And then what if analysis, you already have a dedicated video on the Simplilearn channel. You can explore that as well. And then apart from Excel data, if you want to import data from a database, cloud storage, or any other sources, you can proceed with this. So here we have an option for web as well. If you want to connect your website data to the Excel workbook that you're working with, you can just go ahead and apply the website URL in this particular location, and you're ready to export the data from your website and import it on the Excel workbook you're working with. Then you have the review bar here. We can just check the spell checks and everything. And here you have the Power Pivot window as well. So we'll be exploring Power Pivot as well. Now, going back to the home section. So let's add some custom formulations. So here let's apply a if condition, and the logical test will be if this particular quantity is greater than 5, then the value will be a premium order, else it will be a regular order. Now hit enter, and there you find the premium orders and regular orders. So this was one of the logical functions that we will be using. And apart from that, you can also do some data lookup functions. Let's say we have the customer data here. Let me add the customer data to a next tab. Let me paste it here. And I want to know which particular product have they ordered. So let me place the product here. and expand this a little. So I don't know which product they've ordered. So what I'll do is I'll apply a simple and then provide the lookup array that I want to look in and the return product or return array, which is a product, and enter. And now I know what product have they ordered. If I expand this, I'll have the details for all the customers. So this is how you will use the lookup functions in a requirement as well. So let's add boxes for this as well and go back. Now we've explored lookup functions. Now I want to apply formatting, right? Let's go to conditional formatting and I want to highlight, or let's go with the product column, quantity column. So I want to highlight each and every cell that has a premium order. So I'd go with a simple condition here, which is greater than 5, then fill it with green color and then press OK. Now what I can do is I can sort or I can filter out the premium products here using the data function, and I can apply a filter and modify the filter to filter it by color. So wherever there is a green color, select them only. So here I have filtered out all the premium orders. Now you can eliminate the filter if you don't want it, clear from the quantity, and you can totally eliminate the conditional formatting as well. So go back to home and conditional formatting and you can just clear all the rules from the entire sheet and you'll have the normal sheet back again. So now let's also explore the function called data validation. So let me add order type, or let's choose a new column altogether. So here is a list of unique elements. So these are the single entries, and here let's try to add data validation. So I'll select data validation, and here instead of any value I'll choose a list, and then you must enter the source. So go to this particular sheet and select the source. Apply OK, and your data validation is ready. You can just select from the list. So apart from this, you can also choose any value, whole number, decimal number, date, time, and custom data types as well. Then you can also throw up some error saying there is an invalid entry or you have chosen a wrong value. So that's how data validation works in real time. Now let me delete this and delete this as well. Now here let's explore the sorting option. So what you can do is, let's say you have irregularly organized data, then you can either organize it from the largest to smallest or smallest to largest. So that's one option you can explore. Now let's go to Power Pivot or pivot tables. So let's say I want to install a pivot table. So let me delete this sheet. I don't want this one. Now we have the entire data set ready. We'll select the entire data and choose the Power Pivot, or you can just go to Home, Insert, Pivot Table from the provided range in the new worksheet or in the existing worksheet. So I'll go with the new worksheet. Now here, let's say I wanted to find out state-wise sales. So what I'll do is drag and drop state into the rows and then sales into values. So you can see automatically it has added an aggregate function and summarized the total sales happening in each state. So this is one of the data tables or the Power Pivot tables that we will be using for our dashboard, sales state-based ones. Let's go back to the original sheet and insert another pivot table. Again, go back to the new table, product level sales, and to the home again. And lastly, the region-wise sales. Now let's try to insert some pivot charts. So let's select the data and go to pivot table analyze. And here we have the pivot chart, and I'll go with a bar graph. Okay. You can also customize this one, state level sales. This is category level. Now we will change the title to category level sales. Done. This one. So go to pivot table analyze, and then I would go with a donut chart and I'll name it as product level. This is region level analysis for sales. And lastly, we will use this particular one. Go to pivot chart and we will be using a line graph. There you go. So small changes. So we can name it as month on month sales. Now what we will do is we will insert a new sheet and call this as dashboard. And here we will use all the pivot tables and pivot charts and add them onto the dashboard. First, let me add it here. So our dashboard is completely ready, but is it complete? No, it lacks interactivity. So to add interactivity to our dashboard, what we will be doing is we'll take the help of slices. As we discussed before, we'll be adding slices from this option. But before that, let's go to home and combine all these tables and add a name to it as sales dashboard. Add a background to this particular one, and you can change the color text. That looks fine. Now what's missing is the slices. So we will shorten this particular visualization on this one to make room for our slices. There you go. Now we will go to the pivot analyze, and here we will insert slices. So what we need is a state slicer, region slicer, category slicer, and product slicer, and enter them. So here we have added all the slicer we need, and what we will do is adjust these sizes. That's fine. Now arrange them into the dashboard. That's our first slicer. This is our second slicer, third, and the last one. So we have adjusted all the slicers, but still we have a problem. If I select product, it will just show me the product related details, but there is no change, no interactivity in the entire dashboard. So the problem is the connection. So now for that, what you need to do is select report connection option by right clicking the dashboard or the slicer dashboard, and then select all the pivot tables so that there is a connectivity between them. So similarly, you need to report connections to all the other slices available. That will take a moment. There you go. So all the data visualizations and slices are now interconnected. So whenever you select any of the options available, the entire dashboard will reflect the changes. For example, if I select the region East, it will show me all the eastern regions of all the states and all the products and the categories sold on month-on-month basis that happened in that particular event. Now, this is how you work on Excel data analysis.
So what exactly is Power Query? Power Query is a Microsoft tool that helps users extract, load, and transform the data. Power Query is a Microsoft tool that helps users to extract, clean, transform, and load data. It's built into Excel and other Microsoft products like Power BI and can be used for the following. Firstly, connect. Import the data from a variety of sources like CSV, cloud services, or locally. Second step is clean and transform. Shape the data to meet specific needs while keeping the original source intact. Followed by that, we have the next stage, which is either combine or directly load. So if you have data in different sources like a part of the data in CSV and another part of the data in cloud, then you can integrate the data from multiple sources to create a unique view. Just imagine if you have all the data in one source, let's say a CSV file, then you can directly clean and transform and proceed with loading the data to an analytics platform like Tableau or Power BI. And then the last part is transferring this clean data to a data visualization platform like Tableau or Power BI, or anything that the end user is dependent on. Now, the stages of all this process, starting from data collection to data visualization, there are multiple stages, out of which this part where you clean the data, you transform the data, and you transfer it is the most prominent one and the most time-consuming one. Now, if I tell you there is a tool which can help you do this, and again, if there is a possibility to automate the whole process of cleaning the data, transferring or transforming the data, and then transferring the data to the end user just by a few couple of clicks, would you believe it? That's what Power Query is designed for. So using Power Query, you can just drag and drop your data on the Power BI or Power Query platform, because the Power Query is similar to Excel as well as Power BI. So you just load the data and then you explain Power Query what you are planning to do. For example, splitting the data into first name, last name, or adding some mathematical calculations to understand what is the risk number, and if you want to calculate some interest ratios or overall due, right? If you wanted to do such things or filter out a couple of things to eliminate null values, there are n number of possibilities. We're just scratching the surface, right? And if you just help Power BI to understand your plans, then it will sequentially make those steps aligned. And whenever you give fresh data to it, it'll just perform all those tasks for you within just a couple of clicks, saving you tons and loads of time, which you can invest in planning and strategizing the next step of yours to increase your business potential. Now, to understand it in a much better way, let's quickly switch to Power Query and present some demonstrations for a better learning experience. For now, we are on Excel. So this will be our sample data. This is completely created using generative AI, and we also have created a prompt for that.
So we will be including customer name, ID, email, phone number, and all the required columns that usually a banking sector follows. Now, what are we supposed to do is, you have a plan. You're supposed to find out there are a couple of people with very good background, having less number of credits and no bankruptcies and good CIBIL score or credit score, and they have applied for a loan, which can be a personal loan or a car loan or a home loan. So we also have a couple of loans here, loan type, if it is secured, unsecured, and different types of interest for different types of loans and everything, their total income and their total due if they take up a loan, right? You need to sort out those applicants who have very good background, very good credit score, and they are no risk for providing a loan. So there are certain number of situations in which a bank might not provide you a loan for certain reasons. And overall, during the timeline, a couple of reasons due to which the bank has selected not to approve a loan might disappear. Maybe an existing loan can be a reason, and over the time he might have cleared that existing loan or improvised his credit score, and you have a good opportunity for now for approving his candidature. Or maybe some other reasons due to which lack of funds in the bank. Let's imagine it might not be a real situation, but due to such situations, due to such situations, even if the candidate was really good and we or a bank cannot provide him that particular loan amount, right? Now, if the bank situation is really good and ready to provide loans, they want to identify which were those candidates who were trying to apply for a loan in their bank, and if there is a chance to contact them back and let them know that we are now ready to approve your loan. So this is the overall problem statement, and now we're supposed to run this a couple of queries and filter out a couple of data and fetch those candidate details. Now you can say that this could be a really easy task, but let me remind you, this data has almost more than 4,000 to 5,000 applicants, in which a couple of loans are already approved and a couple of loans are already, rejected or in pending zone. And you can just filter out to give me a loan or details of the guys whose status is rejected or pending, right? But again, a couple of people might go with unsecured loans and a couple of people might go with secured, but their credit score could be low, right? There are multiple possibilities. Now, this could be a little more challenging for bankers. So this is the time when they take the help of data analysts. You being a data analyst should help them do this couple of steps and give them the filter data. Now, if this data is on a monthly basis, you could do that once in a month, maybe. And if this is, let's talk about a week, right? Maybe you can do it on a weekly basis. Now, if this particular data is on a daily basis, because you're running about 4 to 5 banks, you are a business analyst for 4 to 5 banks. 4 to 5 banks might have joint venture to hire you to get them the data on a daily basis. Would you end up doing this mundane task for multiple times? That could be a lot of time consuming task, right? So what you might do, or what you might prefer to do, is try to automate it. So this is where you take help of Power Query. Now let's close this data set and let's create a new sheet and run some steps using Power Query. Register those steps, and next time you just add new data to that particular folder or that particular file and run some steps, and you get the new data, updated data. Now let's continue. Now we are on a new sheet. So what you do is go to the data pad or data ribbon here, and here you have the option of dragging and dropping data from various set of resources. It can be from a file, it can be from a database or cloud, it can be from a Power Platform or any other resources, can be a PDF, web, right? There are multiple options you can go with. Power Query is ready to extract data from anything and everything which is considered as data, as long as it has tabular elements, rows and columns, right? For now, our data is in a file. So we would be going with this particular folder option. Why folder option again? Because the new data files will be added to this particular folder. So I'll go with folder. My folder resides in downloads. And in downloads, I have named my folder as bank data, AI generated. And inside this, we have some data. Just open. It is getting connected. And now you get a preview.
Now, if you are happy with your data, you can just proceed with the load, but I want to do some transformations. So I'll go with the transformation option, which enables you to the Power Query window. And here, just click on this expand button and you can find the preview of the data you're looking at. Select the sheet. This is your preview. Select OK. There you go. You have your data preview. And this is where the applied steps get registered. Now you can see a preview of your data set. Here you have the source name, and after that you have the column names, customer name, customer ID, and everything else, just like a bank data that looks alike. Now, I don't want this particular A column and just delete it. What you can do is just simply remove, and there is a new step got registered, and followed by that check for a couple of more details. Here you have income, credit score, bank name, loan principal amount, loan amount, and everything else. Now, let's go back to our initial stage. Let's say you are working with a couple of banks, and those couple of banks, or let's say are selected in or located in the region East, West, and Central. Now you want to filter out those. Filter out East, Central, and West regions alone. Press OK. And the filtered step is also present there. And loan status. Loan status should not be null or approved. It should be only pending and rejected ones. Press OK for that. And after that, you want to check if the candidate has any bankruptcies or not. So select only the ones with no bankruptcy history so that you are secure on that particular front. And again, here you don't want null options here, because you might be wondering, you might just end up wondering if he has multiple other credits or not. So for safer side, we don't want null elements, and we don't want more than 2 other loans. So if the candidate is having 1 or 2 loans, he might have a feasible commitment to close his loan in the earliest way possible with no risks. That's my next filter. And interest rates. So let's say your bank people told you that we cannot take any more risks. I don't want to give up any unsecured loans. So I just want secured loans. If he or she is ready to provide some security deposit to get that loan, then it's well enough. So fine. So far so good. Your data is done. And again, in this particular segment, you don't want missing emails or missing numbers, right? You do end up missing a good chance to contact them, right? Even in phone numbers, just check if there are any nulls. So far so good. And your data is almost filtered, and you have all the states in the region of West, East, and Central. And let's say this is good enough. And again, if you want to eliminate any risk possible for this particular loan approval task that all the banks have given you, then you can proceed with a simple calculation called as LTI. So this stands for loan to income ratio, right? So what's the amount of income that a person is getting, and what's the amount of loan that he's looking for? So there is a particular number, a whole number. So if the ratio is anything equal to or below than 4.5 or 5, banks consider it to be a very good score. And if it is beyond the 5, they might think it might be a little risky, and they might think of negotiating, or they might think of talking through the customer and understanding what are his income basis and what are his plans to repay, right? So you might want to give them a purely filtered list. So let's give them that. So for that, you just select the last column or any column that you go with. So I want to go with the last column, and I want to add a conditional column. And this conditional column, okay, before considering to proceed with a conditional column, let's add a normal column, a mathematical calculation column, a custom column. Here you can write the formula as LTI, which would be equal to, open a bracket, loan amount, income. You will go with income divided by loan amount. So select this particular column, add okay, it's not supposed to be here. LTI would be the name, and here you'll be writing down the formula, divided by income per annum divided by loan's principal amount. What is the amount of loan he is focusing on getting, star or into 100. So this is the formula. Now just insert this column, and you'll be getting some ratios. Or I think they might be a little Okay, it already took the percentage number because we multiplied into 100. So if there is a risk of 45% or below that, then the banks will directly approve it. Now you can give it a data type, change the data type, data type to maybe, okay, so far so good. We can keep it as a number. Got it. Eliminate this step. Change type to maybe, let's keep it as a decimal number itself. If we kind of transform it into a percentage, so here you can see 27.28, right? It will be turned into 2728.28. So we don't want such a huge number. Let's keep it as a decimal number for now. Now let's add the conditional column that we were initially talking about. So we will now here approval, rename it as maybe risk assessment. And here we will be selecting the column. And the column we will be selecting is, let's go to a little top so that we can see the column LTI equals or less than or equal to 45% or 45, then safe. If not, negotiable or risky. And it's now the bank's call if they can feel like going ahead and negotiate the terms with the candidate or deem it risky and leave it, right? You've done your job with perfection. So here you got all the numbers, so you can just go with the safer candidates so that it's already a well-filtered option for the banks. And now you get all the required details. You can just export it and save it. So for that, go to Home, Close and Load. So there you go. Now you got a filtered data, right? So you might be still having a question. This has been done for the current part. What if I want, okay, there is another thing. Yeah. What if the another part is, what if I wanted to go with the candidates which are fresh applicants? So this was the old data, right? Now let's go back to the query once. I think we missed something important. We missed the credit score, right? So let's also add a credit score. We will filter out. We will have another column, which will be a conditional column again. And now this conditional column will be named as check credit score. And now we will give the credit score numbers here. We'll select the credit score column. Yeah, here's the credit score. And ideally, if the credit score is above 739, it's something around that number. If it is equal to or greater than 730 or 739, then it's a very good call. Give it as 739. Proceed. Else, thinkable. There you go, you've done it. So here again, you can proceed with a filter which says you only the option about how to proceed or just proceed with the numbers, right? So here you have a completely filtered list. Now just save and close and load. Now you have a filtered list of data. Just refresh it. Okay, that could be some error with null values, but not a problem. Go back to the query once so that you have a better idea what exactly went wrong. Check the null values that we filtered out. It can be a database error due to data type. Yeah, I guess we did with email, right? So this is the problem. Okay, not a problem here. List may be incomplete. Not a problem. Maybe this is the reason why it came up. So far, so good. You can just, just refresh the preview and it's done. And now just close and load. Now we would have a filtered data. Now you might be wondering if this can be replicated if I have a new, kind of new data set. Maybe this is an old data set. And if I load the new data set from the current year, just the previous year, can I do this correctly? Yes, you can. You just have to go to home and firstly we'll save it. And then, okay, let's save it as filtered data. Excel workbook, fine. And what you can do is, you can just make some changes to your source data. Here on the same downloads window, we have a new data here, which is new data. You just have to drag and drop it to the section where we have bankdata.ai and go to the Excel sheet that we had made. And all you need to do is just go to the data and refresh. Ignore the null values. Now the new data has been added to this particular data set, and new generated list is also ready for you to proceed with the calls and get the loans approved.
Today I'm going to talk about Microsoft Excel tutorial. In this tutorial we will be talking about macros used in Excel and also the Visual Basic application programming for macros. So what is Excel macro? You do certain daily tasks and daily reports or monthly reports that you generate, and you use data from your Excel and you scrub data, and you basically have the same things performed or done on the Excel sheets every time and every day or monthly or bi-weekly or any number of times that you open your Excel. You remove certain columns, you add certain things, and you change certain values, and these are the things that you do an n number of times on an Excel. And this can all be done by simple automated way, which is macros. So what it does is it is a set of tasks that you can execute as many number of times as you want. When you create a macro, basically what it does is it will record all your mouse clicks and keystrokes. Basically, if for example you have your monthly accounts report that is there and it comes every day, and you have to put it and extract certain data and remove certain columns that you do every time that you open that sheet. For instance, you remove that column I, which has the absolute values of your accounts or the sheets that you have, and you remove that column and you edit some names, you add such things every time that you open that report, and then you format it in a proper way and send it to your management. So this can all be done in a simple running script called macros. So what you do is you record those mouse clicks and keystrokes and record a macro for it, save it, and next time tomorrow when you come, you just run that macros, and this will do everything for you, and you do not have to do that same tedious task every day. So this is basically a set of code or a task that you can execute and automate, and it can be done n number of times. So it makes your life easy. Now, so next thing is how you actually activate the macros in your Excel. It's a simple tab that you need to add in the ribbon section, which I'll be showing you across, and this will enable the macros on your Excel. So you go to Files, go to Options, and then you need to customize a ribbon. Click Customize Ribbon, and then there is a Developer tab which you see here. It should be activated. So you just need to select that, click on the tick mark, and just click OK. So this will add a Developer tab here, and this will enable the macros. So now you have your data, and you can run macros or record a macro and run it over on your Excel. There is also an option to do it a different way. Right click on any of the tabs on the ribbon, customize ribbon, and you can add or remove your macros from here. So this is two ways that you can activate your macros. So how you record a macro is the next thing. So here I have a work orders sheet that I receive every day, or one of you will receive every day. And how you record a macro, you have certain set of tasks that you do, and this report has so many things that are obsolete which you do not need, which has to be put across to your management or for your use. So how you record or start a macro, you go to the Developer tab and start recording a macro. As soon as you click on this Record Macro button, it will start recording your keystrokes on the mouse clicks, and you can save that and run it as a script in the next sheet that you do. So this is the sheet that I have, and we'll try to run macros on this and see what it does. So here I have, and this actually works this way. I need to go to the developer tab and start recording a macro. So when I click record macro, it starts recording my mouse clicks and keystrokes. So in this sheet I have to remove some columns, and the columns that are obsolete and the data that looks weird here should be removed. And what I need is the work order number, the district, and the technician name, and the kind of service that we provide, and the request date, work date, the cost, and the payment. So this is what I want, and I do it every day when I receive the sheet, and I have to make these changes and send it across to the accounts team. So what I do is I simply automate this by running a macro. So I go to, let's see how it records the macro. I click record macro, I save it as work order accounts, and I'll add a little description like work order for accounts team, cost. Click OK, and see what I do is basically I add the borders first so that the data looks proper, and then I do not want this column, I delete it. I do not want the number of technicians that are there, I do not want all these, and I also want the labor hours, the account, and what kind of payment. This is very crucial for the accounts team. I do not want any of these obsolete data. So I just delete this, okay, and then I just want to have some cosmetic changes done. So I make sure this doesn't have any border, and that's it. This is the task that I perform every day. I still don't need this, and I go to the developer tab and click stop recording. So now I have the macro saved, and when I have it, I have automated all these steps in one simple click. And how I execute it in another sheet, so I will show it across to you. The next thing, so here I have the next report that has to be changed or formatted and send it across. So I simply go the next morning and go to the developer tab and go to the macro, and I have this macro save which we ran just now, and with a single click I will be able to do these daily tasks and execute in a flash. So I just click run and it does the rest for me. I have my report ready and is in a proper format that is required, and it can be sent across. So here, as we see, it is done in a single click by running a simple macro. Continuing our work on macro, we can simply do this by a single click of a button, by adding a button. So what you have to do is go to the developer tab, and in the control section you will see the insert option. When you click on the insert drop down, you will see form controls, and you can say select a button, and here I select a button, and the mouse changes to a cross, and you can add your macro and assign it. So as we have saved it work order accounts as a macro, and when I just assign that macro to this button, I can edit the text by making it as work order accounts, just to make it simple. Okay, and now if you see, if I just click this button, it will run the macro and format our sheet. So this is how we run the macros in a single click of a button by adding the button. There is another alternative way to go to the macros instead of the developer tab, and you go to the view button and then go to macros at the end. You can view macros, you can record, and you can edit your macro. So when I click view macros, it will show you what are the macros that I have and that I can run, and you can simply run it. Alternatively, and you can record a macro as well instead of from the developer tab. If you just click on record macro, it will do the same functions that we do from the developer tab. Okay. The next thing is to edit the macro. How do you edit your macro? You have to use a simple application in Excel, which is the VBA, Visual Basic Application, to edit your macro. You go to the developer tab and then click on Visual Basic. This literally opens another window like this, and you will see the module that you have been working on, and you can edit the macro here. So as we see, if you go back to the Excel, we see that our sheet we have been working on the sheet, and it has the column still K, and the actual sheet is this. So if I go to the Visual Basic editor, and I'll make sure I remove the columns that are existing from the column M, and I just delete that and I click run. I go back to my sheet and you see these changes are not there. Okay, this is our old macro and this is our new macro. As we see, this sheet has the rush column, which is the priority of my orders. So these are the things that we can edit with the VBA. So here we are. What is VBA? Visual Basic Application. It is basically a Visual Basic Application language that is used for macros in Excel. So what it basically does, Visual Basic for Application is a programming language of Excel that helps you automate tasks by writing macros. We have seen how we use macros, how it simplifies our tedious daily tasks by running a simple macro. Now to help us write these macros and help us get the best use of our abilities to ease our work and automate our tasks, we use VBA. So why VBA? There are many advantages of using VBA and why we prefer VBA in macros for Excel. So basically it is a very simple language. It saves time in performing tedious tasks. You have number of tasks that you do every day, as we have seen in the previous section, how you can simplify your daily task by just running a simple macro, and this VBA helps us in performing those tasks in a very simple manner. Another thing is it supports English-like statements. There are multiple statements that you can use and which are very basic English language statements, and this can help us, or it is very easy to program or code or edit these commands. You can select a range, you can it is like a if and else statement and things like that. We'll look into those in details in the next sections. Now one more thing is it improves the functionality of Excel by allowing you to make Excel behave the way you want. There are multiple functions that you perform in Excel, like selecting a number of rows or columns, or selecting a set of cells in particular. You do it on a daily basis. So these things can easily be performed and easily be edited and executed by using VBA. We will look into those in detail. Now what is the VBA editor interface? This is particularly an interface which you will have look in detail, where you can edit your commands or your codes for your Excel. Now how this is achieved, we will see it here. Now this is basically the VBA editor interface, where you can see the this is the toolbar section where it shows all the options, where undo or save or file. We'll see those details in the next section. This is basically the toolbar section of the VBA editor interface. The next thing is the menu bar. Menu bar, as we all know, it is simply shows you the menu wherein you have all the options like file, edit, view, insert. Insert is the one very important menu bar option, and when you can insert different modules and buttons and all. We'll look into those in details. Run is one more important thing. All these things fall under menu bar. The next thing is the VBA code window. VBA code window, as it says, is the code window where your actual code resides, wherein you can go into it and edit the codes or write the codes and select the different range of functions that you can perform. And this is basically the VBA code window where you edit your or write your codes. The next thing is the Project Explorer. Project Explorer is simply like a Windows Explorer, but this is in particular is specific to your VBA, wherein it shows the different options that are there, the Excel sheets or the worksheets that you're working on, or the modules that you have saved, and so on. Basically, it is an Explorer for your VBA, like a Windows Explorer, which is for the File Explorer. The next thing is the Properties window. Properties window shows you the properties of the worksheet that you're working on. For instance, here we are working on the sheet 2, and it shows the properties, what are the kind of worksheet that we have, the page breaks, the right to left, whether it is enabled or not, the name of the sheet, and so on, whether it's visible and things like that. The next thing is the immediate window and the watch window. Now, what is the immediate window? Immediate window is basically a tool or a window wherein you can run and execute simple lines of codes, individual Excel codes that you can run. It will allow you to test individual lines, which is very useful and handy when you're writing and debugging codes. The output of the lines that you execute can be seen here in the immediate window, whereas watch window is similar to it, but it displays the value of the watched expression in its current state. So this can be extremely useful again while we are debugging the VBA code. Adding a watch is a great utility, and we'll see the advantages of having a watch window in your VBA interface. So these are the things that we'll learn and look into it in detail in the coming section. Now we continue our topic for Visual Basic for application for macros, and I'm going to show you how to run some codes and run some macros in the codes and perform some simple to complex tasks using the VBA for macros. So there are two ways to open the Visual Basic application, and the first thing is you can run Alt F11, click on the sheet and just press, and it will open the Visual Basic for applications window. Or alternatively, you can just go and click on the Visual Basic and it will open the sheet for you, the code window for you. And as we have discussed before, these are the windows that we see. This is the code window, and this is the Project Explorer, and this is the immediate window where we can run some testing codes. Immediately it will show you the output. So here we see the Project Explorer window where we see the modules and all for our Visual Basic for applications. So as we see the code is empty here, we'll try to record a macro and see how the code develops. Okay, so I just go here and click record macro, and I save it as a format and columns. Okay, just quick, and I just save it, click OK, and it has started recording. So now what I'll do is I'll make it simple, and I just delete some columns here. Okay, I do not need this. I delete this. Is there a weight? I want this. I want the mode of payment, parts cost, labor hours. I do not want this. Number of technicians, forget it. Okay, and I go further left and see what all do I need. I don't need this. I delete all these and I just expand this so that it's clearly visible, and then I want to change the format, the font. So I select this and I change it to Times Room. Okay, go back to my developer tab, click stop recording. It is saved. Okay, now I go back to my code and see the macro here. So we see the macro here, and we can see in detail what it looks like. So we see the code, what it's doing, and what the macro run has generated the code with. So we see we have basically the name of the macro is format columns, and what it is doing, we are just selecting the columns and deleting some. We are checking the range on some columns, EE select, that is the E column that we have selected, and then again so on. And the next thing is the font selection that is mentioned. We are changing it to Times New Roman, size is 11. So it is basically a basic VBA code. So it starts with the sub and it should end with end sub. So this is the code or a format of the VBA code that it looks like, and we'll try to do some basic functions with the VBA and discuss this in further details. So for ease of explanation, I have picked up a blank spreadsheet, and I'll try to explain some basic functions and the commands and the codes that we use to accomplish the task that we with VBA. So as we see, this is a blank sheet and I have selected a new module for it. So here I start the code, and as it says, it starts with sub, and I am specifying the module name as number. So I'll just try to make it quite simple, and so we as soon as we enter the sub, it ends with the end sub, and so this is the start of the code and this is the end of the code, and whatever is there should be here, and this is the name of the code or the macro. Now I'll explain it further about the dim statement. Why is it used and what does it use for? So dim is basically a keyword which is a short form of dimension, and it is used to declare a variables in the VBA. So here I am trying to specify a variable called x, and how I'm going to do it, I will have it as a number or an integer or anything. So here in this example, I'll put it as an integer or a number. Okay, and as I put as, it populates the prompt. So I select integer, and for example I select the number to be 500. Okay, and here I'm trying to assign a variable integer a value of 500 with the dim keyword. So where exactly I want to put this, you will see it when you execute the code. Okay, range, I am selecting, it should be under quotes, where I'm going to put the value of x as, and I close the brackets, and what should be the value? Value should be x. So now as I click run sub, or you can do it with by running the alt or F5 key, and it will run the code. So you see here in the Excel sheet, it executes the value of the cell B5 to be 500. So this is one simple function that you can do with the dimension keyword or dim keyword, and you can assign the value as integers. Now we proceed further with some more examples, and how we assign the string value as a text or something else. Okay, now I'm going to show you what dim can be used as to set variables. Dim can be used as double, where double is basically a longer form of single variable. It usually takes more space but uses needs more larger numbers. Okay, and then you can set double, and I just don't specify it, and we can use date. It basically stores the date values. Okay, and then again string. So what string does, if you use string, it stores the text. It can contain numbers, it will have some text as calculations, or anything can be performed. So these are the basic things that I will cover, and you can also use different values for it. So I will discuss this in the next example. Okay, so in the next example I'll try to sub or use a string value for it, and I put it as a string, substring value. This is my name. So as soon as I hit enter, it ends with the end sub prompt, and now I can give my code. So I put it as dembook as string. Okay, now I'm trying to use to name a country or put a value of a country to one of the cells. So let's see how it goes, and I select country, and in country I select America. Okay, now what is the value or the cell that basically takes the, or we will put the name of the country as? So I have to specify a range, and as soon as I hit it goes, and I have to specify the cell here. So here I put it as G and 4. Okay, so I close it and I put a value to it. What value I am going to assign? It is a country. Okay, now I try to run this code by simply, and see G4, the name populates as a country here. So this is a dim keyword being used as a string in our VBA code. So we can also use VBA to pop up a message or an alert or a kind of a button, or a message pops up when you execute this code. So this basically can be executed using the code here, which I'm going to put, and we use the, okay, let's give it a value. I'm going to name it as double value, and again the dim keyword, I'm going to use the keyword as double. Okay, why double is used is basically it gives a longer, it can be used for a longer form of single variable text. It usually takes more space and larger numbers, and we'll try to assign it. Okay, now I'm going to pop up a message in the, which says value of a is so and so. So I'm going to give value of a as 250. Okay, and how it pops up a message. Okay, so there is a message box which can be used, and it will give you a value. I mean, it will prompt you to enter the value, what kind of button you want, and you can enter the text and you can enter the value. So here I'm going to write a code which which gives a pop-up message, a message box saying that the value of a is so and so. Value of a is, I'm going to put it in % code, so it actually takes the value of a. Okay, now that's it, and let's try to run this, and you will see a message box popping up. Okay, so the value of a, the message box pops up saying the value of a is 250. So in the next example, I am going to write a code wherein you can give a value or a string, you can assign it to a selected cell, and this basically used when you have some, when you have a task of giving a value to a particular cell, or you have to assign a text or say something about a report. Okay, so this let's see how it goes, and we use the, I will say it as fun with some procedures. This is the name, and again dim. So here I'm going to give a user input, and it will be as a string. Okay, you can give any any string or any statement. What my user input will be, I will define it here. This is the report for VBA. Let's make it simple. Okay, and where I'm going to put it is in the active cell, or the cell that I have it. Select. Okay, what will be the value? The value will be the user input. I have defined user input as this is a report for VBA. So this cell turns into this is a report for VBA. I run this and you see this. So in some cases you need to run this, and it makes life quite simple when you use VBA for this. As we have seen before, we have used message box. Now I'm going to use the same message box to display my name, or you can use it to display your name. So let's see how it goes. I'm going to name it as name. Okay, and it's very simple. You have to define a message box which displays your name, and I'm going to put it under quotes that my name is Irfan, and we'll try to run it. See here, so it pops up a message saying that my name is Irfan. So this is a message box that you can display, and I can do anything with this. This is a PBA basics workshop. Okay, I run it again and it pops this message. So these are the things that you can use to customize, or when you open an Excel sheet or try to run a workshop or a report, and it pops up a message, customary welcome messages that you can customize, or define a report or kind of data in it, and this can be used run using the message box. And now I have another good example wherein you can write a code to tell Excel what is the value of a cell, or what is the number that is there in the cell. So here it is. I put it as sub, okay, number, and it will again populate a message box which will set it to the entered value is, and it should tell me which, or I specify which cell it is that we are going to find the value of. Okay, so I give a range of I have to give it in codes. I'm going to codes completed, and it should tell me the value of the number that is present in the cell A1. Okay, it ends. Let's try to run it, and it will give me the value. So this is how we can use Excel to determine or show or populate a message box which will give us the value of the number that is there in the cell. So here I can change it to A4 as well and try to run it, and it will give me the number. So this is a simple way of populating a message box which will tell us the value of a cell. Let me show you one more simple example wherein a message box pops up, or a welcome message that can be set when you open the Excel or worksheet. So let's name it as auto open, and then again message box. I want it to populate, and what does it say? I put it in quotes, welcome to our worksheet or workshop. It's very simple. You just run it and see, it pops up a message saying welcome to a workshop. So these are this is one more way where you can run a code or do a simple welcome message on Excel. Next, I'm going to show you a code wherein you can give a value or assign a value to a particular cell by simple code. So we name it as add value. Now I specify the range, where I'm going to specify a cell where the value will be given to the cell. Now I'm going to give it as B5. Okay, to put it as quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I'm going to give? Value equals 250. Okay, so now with this code, I'm going to assign a value of 250 to the cell B5. Let's see. Run it. See, again I do it to B10. Okay, so this is how you can assign a value to a particular cell. Now I can run the same thing and give a range of cells. Let me make it very simple here. I give it as B1 through B5 as 450. So let's see what it does. See, here I'm specifying the range to be B1 through B5. So it is doing it for the whole range. Okay, and then I can give another set of range here, like let me specify it, range to be C1. I have to give it in quotes, otherwise it will give me an error. C1 colon C4, and I separate it with a comma, and I can specify another range. So the next one will be D1 to D4, and then I close the quotes, close the parenthesis. What is the value that I give is let's say 230, and I try to run it. So it gives the value of C1 through C4 and D1 through D4 as 230 as we specified it in the code. So this is one more example wherein you can assign values to the range of cells or cells with the VBA. One more thing, I can assign a value to a particular cell by specifying the cells. It's very simple. Just specify the cells like 06, 7. Okay, and I close the parenthesis. I assign a value to it. Value equals 10. Let's see. See, here it assigns the value to that particular cell that we have specified, row 6 and column 7. Okay, so this is one more example wherein you can assign values to particular cells. Okay, in the next example, there will be a scenario wherein you need to select a range of cells in a sheet. So this can also be done, this task can also be performed using VBA. So I will show you how. This is our, let's say, select a range. Okay, and I am going to set a dim variable as example. Okay, let's say it as example, and what I'm doing is I'm specifying a range because I need to select a range of cells. Okay, now I'm going to set the variable as set example, where I'm going to define the range of the cells that should be selected. So let's say A1 to D5. Okay, this will be the selection, and what I'm going to set the value. Okay, I am going to set a value example. I'm going to give it a value of 256. So let's see how it pans out. Okay, so here I'm selecting a set of cells, a range of cells, and I'm going to assign a value with this function. So this makes it quite simple, and this will be used in a regular daily task wherein there will be a scenario wherein you have to select a set of cells and give a value to it. So you can do it with a click of a button with the VBA. Now I can simply tweak this with by just selecting it. So I'll remove this, and instead of assigning a value, I'll just put an option to select it. Now let's just run it and see what happens next. Okay, so this is one way of just selecting it. Okay, and then it becomes easier for you to copy, paste, and do some functions in it. So you can select this, and you can assign a value, and you can also give a set of values to a particular range or cells with these codes. Now, what if I want to do a selection of the same rows and columns in the next sheet? And I can do this with the another set of commands. So I will show you how. So here, let's say we set the same thing, and we specify the worksheets. Okay, worksheets, I want it in sheet 2. Okay, so I just put it as sheet 2, and I activate it, basically activating it. And now I am going to specify the worksheet 2, and what is the range that I'm going to select? The same thing. Okay, the range will be A1 to D5. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select it. Okay, and see what happens here. Okay, bing. So here I am selecting the worksheet 2, and I'm activating it, and I'm going to assign range, and I'm going to select it. So I can just copy the same or select the same set of cells in the next sheet. Okay, now when there will be as I said, there will be by requirement where you need to copy some cell contents and paste it to another location. So how you do that? It's again a simple code that you can write, and let's say it as a copy and paste. I'm just making it simple by giving something that we can understand and relate. Copy, paste. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this range and I'm going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. Okay, so let me just remove this and I'll show you. First we have to specify the range where you want to copy the cells. Okay, so let's say it is again A1, it should be in quotes, A1 colon D5 quotes, and I am going to select it. Okay, then what I'm going to do is once you select this, the selection that you have what should be the function, and I am going to specify the selection, and the function should be copying it. Okay, so I just set that, and where I'm going to paste it. So I have to now specify the range where I have to paste this selection, and you can just mention the column here, let's say G 10. Okay, and close it. I'm going to select it, and then where I'm going to paste it, I can do it in this sheet. Okay, active sheet, and paste it. So we are selecting a range of cells, selection, and that selection, what we are doing is we will copy it, and now we are going to specify the range where you are going to select it and then paste it. Quite simple. That's it. Okay, see, and you can just change it so it is visible on this G5. Okay, so this makes quite easy, and you can run it. The next scenario will be like when you need to get the count of the number of cells. Like you have to have a selection and you need to count the number of cells. So this can also be done, and it's quite easy. I am going to show it to you. Let's say the sub be count cells. Should always be relatable so that you remember and you understand what is the output and why you're using it. And I'm going to set a variable. Let's say I'm going to set an example for this, and what we are going to do is we are going to specify a range first. Okay, we will specify the range of the cells that we need to count basically. So I'm going to set a variable as a range, and then what we are going to do is example, and we specify the range here. You can specify the range or your selection where you need the count of the number of cells. So E1 colon D5 quotes, this is N. Now how you want the output? You want a message box to pop up. So you will set a message box, and what should it give? It will give you the count of the variable. That is the variable is here is examples. Okay, so it will count the number of cells in this area. Okay, let's see, it says okay, here I think I missed it, so I just specify the number here, and let's see, so it gives you the number of count in this 20. Okay, now let's see, I want to 6, so it gives you the selection. So it's quite simple. It will be very useful in our daily task, and wherein you need to count the number of cells. So this is one way to get it. Well, I can further tweak this and to determine count the number of rows or columns. So it's again very simple. I just need to do some changes here. I have to set the column count. So if I want to calculate the number of columns, just count, Let's see how it should calculate or give the message, the number of columns here. See, it gives, there are 5 columns. Okay, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so it gives us the number of columns here. If I change it to, it should give me 4 number. Okay, similarly you can count the number of rows here. Just change it to rows. See, it says 6 rows are there. Okay, should give me number of. See, so this way you can calculate the number of count the number of cells, number of columns, number of rows with this. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the if statement. If statement is one of the most widely used statement, and whoever is in programming are very much familiar with this function. So what it does is we specify a condition. If a condition is met, then the output should be such and such. We can specify the condition and it will check whether that condition is there, and if it is if it is achieved, then you will have to specify the output as well. So this can be achieved with the if statement. Okay, and it is very easy because it understands the basic English language, so it's not very complicated, and I'll show you how. So the syntax can be like this. If suppose you specify a condition, and if that condition is met, then the result, you specify the condition and the result both. Okay, so this is one thing, and then you can specify the else or else condition, wherein you specify the condition 2, then the result should be this. So here you are going to specify 2 conditions or multiple conditions, wherein you specify this, and if it is there, then result will be this. If it is this condition, and then the result will be something else. Let's take an example wherein you have some scores or marks, and you have to select a result. You can't do this manually entering, so just you can write a code. Suppose, for example, I have it here. Okay, let's show an example, and I specify as if statement. Okay, now I have to specify the variables. Now I have 2 variables. I have a score and I have a result, and the score is an integer, the number, and the result is a string, pass or fail. So I specify this. Okay, dim score, I specify it as integer. Okay, and then there's another variable that I have to set, result as string. Okay, now what the score will be? The score, I have to specify the range. Score, I'm giving it as a range. I mean it's in my cell A1. Okay, I specify the range. What is it? It is a value. Okay, sorry, it should be a dot. Okay, and then I'm specifying a condition here. If score the variable is greater than or equal. So as I said, it's quite simple, and it takes the basic English language functions. Then the result is another variable that I have set. Result, what it should be? It should be in quotes pass. Okay, so if this condition is met, then the result will be this. Okay, And now where I want to specify my result, I should give a range for that as well. So I give it in the next column or any one. This is the basic example. Value should be the result. Okay, let's see how it runs. See, it says pass. Change it to 40. It doesn't give me anything because I have specified only one condition here. Okay. Change it to 75. Let's see how it runs. See, so this way it's very basic condition that you are specifying. You are specifying two variables, the score and the result, and then you are giving a value for it, and you are specifying the condition. If the score is greater than, then the result should be passed. Now in the next section, we will simply tweak this and use an if then else statement. We'll attach an else statement with it and see. We'll specify another condition and see. So here again we'll use two variables, that is the score as integer and the result as a string. And let's stick to the same values. And now I'm going to specify it, and if the score is greater than 60, then the result. So the result will be pass as it is before, and then I'm going to specify another condition here. Else the result should be fail. Okay, and now I have to put it as a end if statement. I have to specify the end string, and the result will be again in the value, the range will be b1. So let's see, if it is more than 60, then it is pass, otherwise it is fail. Okay, it is pass. Let's see, 40, and run it again. So, okay, so we are specifying two variables again. We are giving it a range, and we are specifying one condition. If this condition is met, the result is pass, otherwise else it is fail. So another set of example. The next statement that we use or we are going to discuss is the loop statement, that is the for loop statement, and why we use it. There are situations and tasks that you need to execute, and you need to do it several number of times. These are basically executed sequentially. It means one after another. So the first statement or the function is executed, and the next is taken up, so and then the next, and so on. So these loop statements allow us to execute a statement or a group of statements multiple number of times, many number of times, and this happens only when the first task or the first task is done, and it executes that and it goes to the next one. So here we'll discuss a simple example of the for loop statement. So let's see how it works, and I'm going to set up a loop statement. Okay, again I'm going to make it as loop 1. So here it is. I have to specify the variable, that is dim, and I'm going to specify x as an integer. Okay, I'll try to execute it and then explain it what happens and how it executes. Okay, for x equals to 1 to 24. Okay, let's see, and I'm going to specify the range as, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to fill the column A from 1 to 24 with some value, from 1 to 24 with the values of 1 through 24. Okay, so I'm setting up a range, and how it ends is it gives me a value. Now it executes this and goes to the next. So I'll explain you how. So we are setting up a loop. We are setting up an integer, a variable x as integer, and we are setting the value of x to be 1 to 24. So here for 1, it executes, the first thing is it takes x as 1 and it fills in a1, and then the next value of x will be 2 and it goes to a2 and fills the value as 2. So just let's try to execute this and you will see the column A filled with 1 through 24. See, it's quite simple. It executes one condition and then goes to the next, and we are defining it with the number of values and the variable as x, and the number of values is 1 to be 24. Okay, so this is one basic example of a for loop statement. Now let's do some more addition to this example by executing another set of for loop and giving the output, and we'll code the output to be the color coded ones in the column B. So how we do it, it's a basic simple example that I'm going to take. And again, what I'm going to do is I will have these values here and I'm going to color code the B column with certain color index. For each number there will be a different color. So let's see. And what I'm going to do is I'm only going to change the B. And what action is going here, we put up a value. Now we are going to select it, and with this selection what I'm going to do is it should select it and it should color the interior with what? With the color index. Okay, and the value of x. And then I'm going to specify the pattern, what pattern it will take for the box to be colored, and I'm going to put it as a solid. It will fill the whole thing with the solid, and then I just execute it. See, it takes this color B and it's coded like this. So these are the simple things that you can set up with the codes and for loop statements. So there are numerous examples and exercises that we can perform, tasks we can perform with the VBA, and this can be found in detail in our next courses, advanced courses.
Automation Anywhere is one of the leading robotic process automation platforms. It is built on the world's most commonly used automation and artificial intelligence platform. Automation Anywhere enables business to automate end-to-end business operations. Hey everyone, I welcome you all to this video. In this video, we will learn about Automation Anywhere Excel operations. Let's look at today's agenda. We shall begin with Excel packages. What are the different Excel packages that Automation Anywhere offers? Then we will understand the Excel commands in Automation Anywhere, and finally we will look at hands-on demonstration. But before we begin, make sure you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and clicked on the bell icon so you never miss an update from Simplilearn. So without wasting any further time, let's get started with Automation Anywhere Excel operations. Excel packages. The Excel package consists of actions that allow us to automate many of the tedious tasks while working with Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. The Excel packages that Automation Anywhere offers are Excel Advanced Package. To use the Excel Advanced Package command, we must first install the Excel Advanced Package. It's utilized to automate actions involving the workbook, worksheet, rows, columns, and cells. The system must have Microsoft Office installed. The versions of Microsoft Office that are supported range from Microsoft Office 2016 to 2019. File formats like .xls, .xlsx are supported by this command. And it also supports the older Excel formats as well as the advanced Excel actions. And it requires the installation of the Microsoft Excel application. Next we have Excel Basic Package. This package enables quick spreadsheet activities for .xlsx files without requiring the MS Excel software to be installed. Office 365 Excel. This package provides commands for working with Excel online. The Office 365 Excel bundle includes actions that allow you to automate operations in Microsoft Excel online. If you are using Microsoft Excel 365 via a web browser, you can use the Office 365 Excel package to automate Excel process. Let's look at the Excel commands. Some of the Excel commands are: Open spreadsheet. This allows to open the Excel spreadsheet. Close spreadsheet closes a spreadsheet that was opened using the open spreadsheet operation. The Excel command identifies the spreadsheet using the same session name as one used in the open spreadsheet operation. Save spreadsheet. This command saves a spreadsheet in an open workbook. Activate spreadsheet activates a specific spreadsheet in an open workbook. It specifies whether to activate the sheet by index or sheet by name. Get cell. This command allows to retrieve the values of a specific cell as well as the range of the cell. Set cell. This command sets the value of the active cell or a specific cell in an Excel spreadsheet. You can assign a variable to the cell value. Go to cell moves to a specific cell within a spreadsheet. It can move one cell to the left or to the right of the active cell, and it can move one cell above or below the active cell or move to the beginning or end of the column. Delete cell. This command deletes the value in an active cell or in a specific cell within an Excel spreadsheet. Run Excel macro. Runs a macro that is stored within an Excel spreadsheet. Enter the macro name and specify the parameters of the macro arguments. Let's look at the demo. In this demo, we will have two Excel files and we will use Excel operations and merge these two Excel files. So let's jump into Automation Anywhere. So what we are doing is we have two Excel files. I'll show you the files. So this is Excel file 1 which has a data table of employees and salaries, and we have another file, Excel file 2, which has the data table of employee names and salaries. So the file 1 has different names, employee names and different salaries, and the file 2 has different names and different salaries. So we will combine both of these data tables. We'll create a bot which will combine both of this data table. So let's go to the control room, go to the automation section and click on create new bot. Name the bot. We'll name it as Excel bot. Click on create and edit. So after creating a bot, go to search actions and search for a step. Step action and double click on this. So what step action does is it runs a sequence of commands. For example, to open a file 1 and file 2, there is a sequence of steps, and at the end of this project there will be many list of steps, so which will be confusing. So just to avoid confusion, we will drag and drop the step, and inside each step there will be a number of actions. So now that we have selected this action step, give the title, we'll name it as file 1. So go to Excel package, search for Excel. So in Excel Advanced, since I have MS Excel installed in my PC, so I will use Excel Advanced. Scroll down and select Open. Open action opens an Excel spreadsheet. This action works with XLSX and XLS and all these files which you can see here. So now after dragging and dropping open option, you can select the file path from control room, desktop file or a variable. I have the file on my desktop, so I'll select desktop and I'll browse. So I'll select the file, that is file 1, and I'll open. So I have selected the file and our file contains the headers. So check this box and check this specific sheet name so that you can name the sheet. So our data table is in the sheet 1. So type the name of the sheet and open in read write mode or read only mode. So we will open in read write mode. And if you scroll down, there is session name. So we'll keep it as default. So this much is done. Next activity. So this action should be inside the step action. So drag and drop it inside. Okay. Next we need get multiple cells. Double click on get multiple cells. Get multiple cells retrieves the values of multiple cells in an Excel worksheet. So you can select range of cells to be returned, all rows or specific rows or cell range. We will select all rows since we want to merge all the rows. So select all rows and select the read visible text in cell or read cell value. You can select any one of this, and the session name keep it as default. And you need to assign value to the variable. So we will create a variable. Since we are using the data table, we will name it as table1. Okay, let's create and select. So we have selected the variable, and now we need to close the file. So we'll select the close action. So the close action closes an Excel spreadsheet. So double click and select the close option. Here you should uncheck the save changes when closing the file and name the session as default. Okay, so step 1, that is file 1. So these 3 steps. So this is done for file 1. Now we need to repeat this for file 2 as well. So we'll save here till now what we have done. Okay, now we'll repeat this for file 2. Let's drag and drop step action. So in step 2, name it as file 2. We are performing this step for file 2. Okay, now we'll go to Excel package and select open. We need to open the file. So basically we are repeating this above steps, and we will select the file 2. We'll go to desktop file, browse and select file 2. So we have selected the file 2, and this file also contains headers. Check this box and specify the sheet name as sheet 1. We have the data table in sheet 1, so sheet 1, and read and write mode and session name. Since the session name for the file 1 is default and we need to change here, so we'll give it as default 2 as the session name. Okay, so this much is done. Now next we need get multiple cells. So double click on get multiple cells. We'll select all rows and change the session name to default 2 and create a variable here. So right click and create a variable, name it as table2 and create and select. Okay, this is done. Next we need to close the file. So scroll up and select the close action and change the session name. For file 2 we have kept the session name as default 2, so we'll use the same session. Okay, so this much is done. We'll save. Okay, now file 1 and file 2 is created. So these actions are outside the file 2, outside the step file 2, so we'll bring it inside. These are supposed to be inside. Okay, now step 1 and step 2 is done. Next we need to merge this file. So go to the data table package. So in this data table package you can see all these actions. We need the merge action. This merges 2 data tables together in a single data table. So double click on merge data table. Okay, so after double clicking on merge data table, enter the first table name. So enter the data table name. We'll select it as table 1, what we had created in step 1 file 1, and similarly we'll enter the second data table name. So these are basically the 2 data tables which we want to merge, right? Then enter the name of the data table in which we want to merge. So we want to merge it in either we can merge it in the file 1 or file 2, but we will create a new file and merge it in the new file. So we'll create a new variable here and we'll name it as table3. Okay, so create and select. So new data table is created. To create a new file, to write it in a new file, there is an action here, write to file. This writes a data table into a specified file. So select this and choose a variable, that is table3 variable, and enter the file. So to enter the file name, select the file path where you want to create this file. So I'll select the file path of my desktop, and from the desktop I want to create a file as name result file, result.csv. So I've created this file. So to create this file, you need to check this box, create folders and file, if it doesn't exist. So this file doesn't exist. I've just named it here. Now while I check this box, so this file will get created. And check this overwrite existing file, so that when you run it for a second time or third time, the data doesn't overlap. So every time you run it, a new data has been overwritten. So check this box, and you can change this if you want, row delimiter to new line or column delimiter, comma, and all this. Okay, so this is done. Let's save and let's run. It is downloading the dependencies. It will take a few seconds or sometimes a few minutes. Let's wait. So your bot has run successfully. We'll go to the desktop and check the file which we created. Here you can see the result file is created. So we'll open this result file. So here you can see the result file where both the tables have been merged. So from the row 2 Tim till the row 7, this was in the file 1, and this last 5 rows were in the file 2. So you can see here both the data tables have been merged. Now you can see here that there are rows repeated. This row John is repeated twice. So we don't want the rows to be repeated. We want to eliminate the rows which are repeated. So for that, let's go here. So let's close this. And to remove the duplicate rows, we have an option here called remove duplicate rows. Remove duplicate rows removes the duplicate rows from a data table. Double click on remove duplicate rows and take it above right file. Okay, so in remove duplicate rows, select the data table name. We want to remove duplicate rows from table 3, which is the merged data table. So select the table 3 variable, and now let's save it and let's run. Okay, your bot has run successfully. Now we'll go and check if the duplicate rows have been removed. Let's close this and go to the desktop, open the result file. And here you can see there are no duplicate rows. So there was another duplicate row here named John, and that row has been removed. And there are no duplicate rows left. That is how you remove the duplicate rows. Now let's see, now we want this salaries to be sorted. We want this in order. The employee with the highest salary, we need him at the top, and the employee with the lowest salary, we need him at the bottom. So let's go to the control room. To sort the data, there is an action called sort. This sort action sorts a data table on the basis of column by ascending or descending order. So double click on this. Double click on sort and drag and drop the sort action. Bring it above right file. So in sort data table, enter the data table name. We'll enter the table 3, which is the merged data table. And we can sort by column name or column index. We'll sort it by name. And what is the column name which we are sorting? It is the salaries column, right? So let's type the column name, salaries. Make sure the spelling is right, otherwise it will show an error. Next, we need to select the order in which we want to sort. We'll select the descending order because we want the employee with the highest salary at the top. So select the descending order and let's save and let's click on run. Oops, there was an error. Maybe the error is because I have kept the Excel sheet open. So I'll close the Excel sheet and run again. So here we go, your bot has run successfully. Let's go and check if the data is sorted. Let's click on the results. And here you can see the data has been sorted in the descending order. The employee with the highest salary is at the top and it's decreasing in the order, and the employee with the lowest salary is at the bottom. So we have performed this operation of sorting data. Let's go back to the control room. Let's close this. There are similar other actions in the data table. There is assign action. So assign action assigns the value of the source table variable to the destination table variable. The change column type, where you can change the type of the column. If it's an integer, you can change it to string, and if it's in string, you want to change it to integer, then you can use this action. There is clear content. There is clear content action. Clears all the content of specified data table and get the number of rows. You can get the number of rows in this get the number of rows action, and you can delete any column if you want. You can delete row, insert column, insert row. I have shown a few actions here. You can check out all of these actions, and if you have any doubt regarding any of these actions, you can comment in the comment section and I'll try to answer. So you can delete column, delete row, insert column or insert row. Similarly, you can join two data tables together as per the column specified, as per inner joint, outer joint, full joint. However you want, you can join the data tables. And the merge action, we have merged two data tables here. And you can remove the duplicate rows, get the number of rows, search for value, search for any particular value if you want, and you can set the value of a single cell, and you can sort the data in ascending or descending order and write to the file. So you can write the data to file. So these are the actions present in the data table.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel, and we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here. Will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter and a row number. So you have to keep in mind, it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D and so on, and the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula, whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to view tab and you're selecting freeze pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on view and then click freeze pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay, now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab where you need to select the sheet, put a password and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select and then lock and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet. And you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now, the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is, how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer, and if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is, there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does, it counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything, it can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see, this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter, and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet, or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question, that is how to merge multiple cells, text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use, which is called as concatenate. Concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if you, for example, this is the formula, concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate A1 comma B1 comma C1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is fun in A1, B1 and C1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple, concatenate in parenthesis A1 comma B1 comma C1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here, equals concatenate and A1 comma B1 comma C. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and it will, you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question, it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in 2 or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. you need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to select choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is delimited, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country, so the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview, and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output, and it starts here, India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be a very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of Vlookup and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? Vlookup function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column, and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function Vlookup, and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you're looking for the exact match. So what is the use of Vlookup and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the Vlookup function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function Vlookup. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you're selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15. You're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default it is approximate match. So how it performs the function, okay? So it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard. In this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be Vlookup, different from lookup function. How different they are. Vlookup lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the Vlookup function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and Vlookup function. Now Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value if the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is return record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is sum if function. Okay, again the sum if function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a sum if function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, countf, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the countf function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, you are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's a basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30, and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. Afghanistan, and hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the COUNTIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean, the data that is there, that can be multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends, and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this, and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the value. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data and we have different variables. We need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here I'm mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month, and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. Alright, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color. So let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, whereas it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, colon E7. Okay, So as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values, and it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, and there is another way, which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or enter duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the X. So here we have the data and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules, and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way, then COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how a COUNTIF function works here to check or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here, it will be H, the column here, H2. Okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter and it should say true. So this is the condition and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and events are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the COUNTIF function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that events and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit Xlookup by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these three things, that there are three types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here. What is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you are not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on. Okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab. Okay, select data validation option present under data tools. Okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, for this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error. Okay, you will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option. Okay, so there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique. Okay, you just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text. Okay, so you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here. Okay, it should be only text. It should have only names. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and it should only enter the text? Okay, so there is a function. Okay, you just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here. Okay, what is that? It should be only text. Okay, so it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range. Okay, so how I'll define the range? I just select this. Okay, and I select the range. Okay, so I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, I have set this and then I try to put a number here and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works. Okay, the next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it. Okay, so given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You are giving the student names, marks and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example, what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example, and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here, okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, okay, see this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing, and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function, and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date, which will be today's date, and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function, and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, Let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay. Alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. I mean, it can be loop when we have multiple conditions to meet. Okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is it should be greater than 80. All right, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You see you have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis tool pack as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis tool pack. Okay, it will give you these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis tool pack, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have. You need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range, and you need to select this labels in the first row so that you know it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed, and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK, and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with their respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic, and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create, or how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table? So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheets in a single pivot table? Yes, you can, but there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay, so then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay, so this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we have with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value. And now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things, okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there, and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and click select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you're calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we will add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools, and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field items and set. Okay, we need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. And as I said, we will put up a formula for this, and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up an if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this, and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table analyze and field items and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data, and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territories. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slicers, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click, and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month. Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here, adjust into the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. In this time, we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table, and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease, we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it? Show field list. I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, sorry, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grand percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to, but in this case we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay, guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart, and there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons, so I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example, and so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. It will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation, and you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there, so this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you are performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations, you can experiment with the data and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table, and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that. Okay, giving different scenarios in the variables. Okay, but you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seek, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time. Okay, and this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even, it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan, or your targets, like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that. And you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations. Okay, these are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now, as we move on to the next one, you might be asked, what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA? Okay, even though these two are used quite frequently, there is pretty much different from each other. Okay, so a function always returns a value of the task it is performing. Okay, so when you are writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value. Okay, for example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure. Whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable. Okay, you can set up a variable and you can call the function. Okay, whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types. Okay, in many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable. Okay, you have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up. Okay, functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula. Okay, this is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited. Okay, whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required, whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine, to getting the desired result. Okay, so these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA? So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from. Okay, you are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook. Okay, and you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you are working on particular, suppose for example you are working on sheet X. Okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you are specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure, and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay, so to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay, so in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay, and by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay, and as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value, is by val. Okay, so when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay, the number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, where it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one, and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down, I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this, and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it, and you will see the, you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA, and you can see, you can know the last number of column. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and it will, when you run it, you will give the, it will give you the last column. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So you might be asked this: how do we check whether a file exists or not in a specified location? There is a code, simple VBA code that you can write and you can run. You can use this utility to find out whether the file exists or not. Okay, and you need to check whether the file exists, and if it does, it will give you a message that the selected file exists, and if it doesn't, it will pop up with a message box saying that the file, selected file, doesn't exist. So what you need to do is you have to specify this function. Okay, and check file exists. This is what it does. Okay, you have to specify a variable, that is the store file name, where you will give the location of the file and the name of the file. Okay, and then you will also specify whether the file name is there or not. Now, so it runs this and it will see whether the file name exists or the file actually exists or not, and it will give the appropriate message box. We can run the same thing in my PC and we can check it. So here we are. I have put this and I have run the same thing, and what I'm looking for is this book 2. Okay, let me maximize it. This is what I'm looking for, and the location is desktop. Okay, so let me run this and you will see whether it exists or not. Okay, and it says the selected file exists, so it goes and checks whether the file exists, and then it will give you the message. So this is how we check using the VB. So the next one is there is a powerful tool called debug, and you might be asked questions about how debug works or how you check the debug. Okay, to debug a VBA code line by line, you can use the F8 key. Okay, you can also create a breakpoint to terminate the execution. So for this, if you go to your VBA, you will see the option as debug. Okay, you can use this by clicking on debug or by pressing the F8 key. Okay, so what debug does is it will show you the step-by-step execution of your steps. Okay, it will check each and everything, and if there is an error, it will pop up. Okay, and what is breakpoint is at some point of time you can check one particular step. Okay, you can stop the, suppose if there is 1,000 line codes and you want to check on one particular step, like maybe 800 step, so just go to that particular step and you can enter a breakpoint, and it will show you what is actually happening at that particular step, and you can see this in the locals window or the watch window. Okay, so let me show you some simple example of how this debug can be used to check our codes. Okay, so here I have written a simple code for this, and it is basically let me show you how debug works. Okay, this is the, okay, let me maximize it and we'll see. Okay, so this is the debug option that you can run and you will see what happens. Okay, this can be done by clicking F8. All right, so step into is the option, and you can check F8 and you can press F8 again. It will go to the next step. All right, and it will show you what's happening. Actually, you can see this in the locals window, what's actually happening. Let me see. Let me maximize it a bit so that you can actually see. Okay, so when I press F8, okay, step into, you will see what happens in the next step. Okay, this is what is happening. A is empty, B is 0, I is 0. Okay, I step into it the next step again, so it goes here. You can see what changes happen. I press F8 again. So this is what is happening. Alright, so it is checking each and every step. So debug is the tool that you can use to check the codes. Whether this is a very simple program, but therein you will have some different codes where you functions or routines that you can have, where you have 1000-line codes and you need to check each and every step or some particular step. So this comes in very handy. Okay, let me press F8 and it shows what happens, in which you can step into each and every step and see what happens. Okay, and now if I show, there is something called as toggle breakpoint. Okay, this one particular is used by pressing the F9 key, wherein you will see what is actually happening at some particular step. Okay, so how you do that is you just need to go to a particular step and click on the bar here, and it will get highlighted into red. So this is what is happening. Okay, so in the watch window you will see that particular step will be magnified, or you can see what is actually happening in that step. Okay, so let me start it again, see what happens. I press F8 again. So here it sees, it actually shows, you can toggle and you can see what is happening in the watch window at that particular step. So module 1 A, B, C, the variant is empty, so expression is B. This is what is happening at this particular step. Okay, so this is how debug can be used. So now as we move on to the next one, well, you might be asked to create a bar chart with the given data using VBA. So you will have some data and you can create a bar chart or a any kind of chart with the VBA. We have done it with the pivot tables and all, but then we can do the same with the VBA. So it's a simple thing, a simple sub that you can write and create embedded chart using chart object. This is the sub that you can use. Okay, you are specifying a variable here and embedded chart. You need to specify the embedded chart and which sheet you are using, and this is very basic, and the chart objects like the length, the dimensions of the chart. Okay, and you need to specify the source. Okay, the source is sheet for range so and so. You can specify the range here. So let's go and do the same thing in the VBA. So here I have the data, and I have already copied the VBA for it, and let me simply run it. Okay, see, it creates a chart. So this comes in very handy, and you can see the, as I have mentioned, in you have to specify the source, the dimensions of the chart, and so on, so and so on. Okay, you are specifying where it's picking up the data from, and the columns, I mean the range and the dimensions of the chart. Okay, you can play with this and you will generate a chart. So well, this ends our presentations, and so this is how it looks like, and we've seen that. So next question is about a VBA code again to calculate the area of a rectangle using the VBA function. How do you include a function to calculate the area of a rectangle? We all know that the area of a rectangle is length into width. Okay, that is the formula. We can execute it by defining a function in the VBA, and we'll define the same function. Function is equal to area, and it is area as length into width. In this scenario, I'll again show it to you how we do this in Excel, and let's go ahead and do this. So here we are. I will just go to the developer tab and open the VBA, and I insert a module. Okay, so here we will define the function. Okay, function as area. Okay, this is my function, and now I'm going to define the variables. Okay, length as double, because we want to make sure that it takes the decimals as well. Okay, and width. Sorry. Okay, now what is the area formula? Quite simple. area equals to length into width. Okay, very simple. Okay, now I go to my Excel and I'll define the area function. Okay, let's take the length to be put in A1 and the width to be put in B1. Okay, now if I just put the value here, it will take 12 and my width is 36, 3, and it shows the area to be 36. Okay, 11. So this is the area. If you just go and define it, try to enter area A1 and B1, it will not. So we have to define the function here using the VBA code. Okay, now let's go back to the slide and we'll discuss this. So here it has been shown as if we have a rectangle when the width is not provided. That is, if the rectangle is a square, they will not be given the width. So we are defining again length as double. Optional is we are giving an argument that it is optional. Width as a variant. Width as a variant means it can be 0. Okay, so we are defining it as if missing width, then the area should be length into length. Okay, else the area is length into width, as we have seen. Okay, so this is one way to define a function for the area of a rectangle. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So you might be asked about a VBA function to check if the number is prime or not. We all know what a prime number is. A prime number is divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, and so on. And these are the prime numbers. And anything which is divisible by any other number like 8 or 4 or 16, which has a divisor, is not a prime number. So we all know this, and we will write a VBA code to check if the number is prime or not. So this is the one that is given, and we will do the same in the VBA. Okay, before moving ahead, I will just explain these the code. And what we are doing here is basically we are defining 3 variables. Okay, we are declaring 3 variables. One integer variable, okay, and we call it as divisors. All right, and then the next one is the one long variable, long as the number and I as long. Okay, here long specifies variables because it has got the larger capacity than the integer values. Okay, the divisor will be 0. We are initializing the variable divisor with the value of 0. Okay, the next thing is we use a input box to get the number from the user. That is, you will input a number when you are asked to for the input box. Okay, so this is the so when the number is entered, we want to check whether this number is prime or not. Okay, so how do we check that? Okay, as we all know, the condition for prime number is it has only 2 number divisors, that is 1 and itself. So what we do is we start a next loop. Okay, for I equals to 1 to numbers. All right, so this is the start of the loop. We will define the conditions here. So now how do we actually perform the operation of dividing? We use the mod operator. Okay, this is one of the important operator to check here. The mod operator will give you the remainder of a division. For example, you have 7 or 8 or mod by 2 is equal to 1, because 7 divided by 2 equals 3 with a remainder of 1. Okay, so only if a number mod I equals to 0, I is the divisor of a number. Okay, so in this case we want to increment it by variable divisors by 1. So this is what we define it as. Okay, now so here a check is performed like I equals to 1 and then plus 1, I equals to 2, then plus 1, I equals to 3, and then plus 4, I equals to, so as it goes on until it reaches the number. Okay, because for I equals to 1 to number. Okay, So this is what is starting of the loop. Now you have to close the loop. So how we do that is next I. Okay, this is closing the loop. So this is what the loop does. Now we have defined the check. Now we have to define the result. What happens if the divisor is equals to 2, then the message box number should say is a prime number. Alright. Otherwise it should say message number should pop up and say it is not a prime number. So this is how we define it in the VBA. Let's go ahead and do this. So here we are. I have already set it up and this is the VBA. So let's run it. Okay, and it will ask you. This is the module 2 because I defined it as module 2. And so the message box opens up and it asks you to enter a value. Now let's see. 2 is a prime number. Okay, I run it again by pressing the fake key. Okay, 12 is not a prime number. So this is how we have coded a VBA code, a function to check whether the number is prime or not. So this ends our presentation or about the interview questions.
And with that, guys, we have reached the end of this session on the Advanced Excel full course for beginners. Should you need any assistance or like any other resources used in the session like PPT and others, then please let us know in the comment section below. Our team of experts will be very happy to help you as soon as possible. Until next time, thank you and keep learning.